Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you are all well. Where's the button? Yeah, well, that's new. It's not usually over top of me like that. Hi, guys. Welcome back to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. Now, that was intense. Many of us are coming over from time served. That was seriously intense. Oh, my goodness. I'm glad to have you here. I would love to hear what you had for dinner tonight. And if you didn't like what you had for dinner, tell me what you wish you had. That's okay too. Thank you guys so much. I'm seeing everyone in the chat. We've got Tupac, we've got Daylight Disinfectant, These Hands, Monica C, Detective Rachel McRae, Les Gardner, Steph B, Jonathan Hart, Lawrence Browning, Basement Gardner. Um, there'll be more. Rita Williams, Avs and Broncos fan, who's still in my head is Amy. Sashina, Trish, thank you guys. You guys are so kind. David Muller. This isn't where you parked your car? Are you sure? I thought I saw it. Our Fulmer. You guys, I'm so happy you are here tonight. We are going to have a good time. We are going to play some games, watch some court. Sashina had a microwave dinner. That's okay. That's okay. Microwaves are amazing. I think we undervalue microwaves immensely. Um, Detective Rachel had ribs. Her dad made a late Mother's Day dinner since she wasn't feeling good on the actual Mother's Day. Hi, Lisa B. Um, okay, so here's the thing. Can you pick the game? Well, maybe there's a few games that we can play. I actually have a few of them. Oh, dental stuff sucks, Sashina. I understand that. Oh, Rita's on her last night of freedom and her hubby's coming home. Jonathan Hart had Taco Bell. We don't have Taco Bell where I am. You know I want it, but we don't have it. Okay, so I love all of you. You know that. And many of you may have been with us last night when we came across what ended up being one of my favorite um, Judge Kim hearings ever. It's a portion, it's with one family, and I think it deserves a rewatch. And so we're going to start out by rewatching that one. There is Taco Bell in Canada, just not in my city. We have a fake Taco Bell wannabe called Taco Time. Not the same. So, Richard, no eating. Please don't forget that because you've got your surgery. Good thoughts coming your way as well. Jonathan's picking up his son. So, what we're going to do, we're going to get started. We're just going to watch this hearing to begin with. I know, and guys, honestly, I've been thinking about it all night. We're going on. We're watching it for it's like 25 minutes. And then we'll go on to some other hearings that I've got set up for us as well. But to set the stage, this is a hearing where Judge Kim in Texas, who is a juvenile judge, actually had to deal with a parent who he asked to take a drug test. And this hearing is the result of that parent's drug test. Okay. Um, like I said, we did watch this last night, but I want to watch it again. And this is honestly one of the craziest, best hearings we have ever seen. So let's go ahead. Oh, yeah. First med check of the night, guys. Med check, med check, med check. Please line up single file to catch your meds. If you're new here, med check just means take your meds if you've got them. Also, if you're new here, you're going to notice the chat goes by real fast, full of fun people and fun games. If you don't like the Streamlabs stuff coming up, that's totally cool. You can actually just click on him and block, and it'll just disappear. And then you just see the chat, okay? But if you do enjoy it, you get free points for being here, just for watching, and I give away points all the time. So you don't even have to be a member to earn points. Those are totally for everybody. Now, Bongs up, that's right. Name your strain in the chat, guys. I would love to hear it. This hearing, seriously, is epic. Epic, epic, epic. Yeah, we did just hear from Charles, Amy. We did just hear from Charles. He is doing well and just wanted to check in with us. He popped into time served for a moment and is doing well. So officially have heard from Charles. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. Okay, so, oh, I'm loving all of these indicas, all the different strains that I'm seeing in there. Awesome. Hi, my crazy life. Laura in Michigan, happy Saturday. Thank you so much. You're amazing. That is so kind of you, and I am so appreciative. Let's see when it starts. Where's it going to come? We know it's coming. Also, if you're new here, whenever somebody sends a super chat, we get a fun noise. But whenever it comes, we don't know. And I always do this.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, let me get this hearing going. Like, not kidding. This is intense. This is a crazy hearing. So, I will drop off. I will pop back. Oh, Tupac, thank you so much. I'm not going to pop off yet. I will wait until this one comes. Wrecked. I like that. Super sticker. That's great. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Let's make it bigger. Come here.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Seriously, making my night already. And we've only just started. This is great. Okay, watch this. Oh, Basement Gardener, you are so sweet. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. You guys are making my night tonight. This is amazing. Here it comes. Here it comes. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Damn it. Sometimes they take too long. Oh, yeah. I'll say it. And it'll just pop up as when we least expect it. Sometimes it has to pop up in the chat first. I think that's what happens. I don't know why. But thank you very much, Basement Gardener. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you guys, seriously. Okay, so oh yeah, hit that like button or the dislike button. That is how we take attendance here in the kitchen. Also, if you're in the kitchen crew, you need to clock in for your shift, please.
Oh,
There it is.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are amazing. Richard Harrison, surprise dance request. We dancing. We dancing. Thank you so much, you guys. Seriously, what an amazing, amazing, amazing chat I have. They are a traveling chat that goes from courtroom to courtroom, bringing cheer and happiness along with them. So, thank you all so much. Seriously. I love y'all. Seriously. Um, Streamlabs, I love slightly less because sometimes he takes so long. Okay, here we go. Daylight for showing Judge Kim. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Judge Kim, this is such a good one. Oh, and Susie's here from Australia. She's in the future, guys. If you have any questions for the future, ask Susie. Aw, Basement Gardener, appreciate you so much. I love the support of this chat and this community. Daylight Disinfectant, you make me laugh, my friend. You make me laugh. Love it. I love it. Okay, let's get to Judge Kim. I know you may have seen this last night,
Oh, yeah.
but it is so worth it. So worth it.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Streamlabs. Thank you both. Okay, here we go. Who's from Australia? Susie is. Artie Fuffkin. Dang it, you guys are just doing it. I love it. Thank you so much. What's for dinner? Oh, shoot. What's for dinner? I'm gonna figure it out. I have no clue yet. I think honestly, I'm gonna have a seaweed salad, like a spinach gome or a seaweed salad. That's my thought. Thank you again, Artie, so much. You guys, seriously, amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Love it. Okay. Swear. Can I make it? Can I get this up before something else happens? So, like I said, guys, to set the stage here, this mom has a child who is in detention. She has been asked by Judge Kim to take a drug test, and the results have come back. We're going to let this play from the very start because she doesn't realize that she is live in the courtroom and they can hear her. And it is gold. So let's get it playing and then you'll see me pop up in a moment in one of the Zoom spots.
Okay, Judge Kim, it's now live on your YouTube channel.
Does it work on yours? Can you watch it or see it?
I'm checking from my cell phone. And yes.
Okay. All right, it's probably some study on YouTube. We can figure out this afternoon.
Okay.
Oh, weird. I don't know. I didn't know YouTube had like where you could group.
Yeah, but it's not live. You can't. Other people can't go watch it, can they?
No. No way. You have to have privacy and disclosure.
Can't fix your hair.
I went to the Berry House once in a row. I went to the Berry House. We don't call it Kimbo. We call it, in Oklahoma, it's called the Berry House.
Oh, Mary, are you there?
Nope.
Judge Terry, is Mary there still?
Nope.
Judge Terry?
So mom is in the Coca-Cola shirt, sister is in the other shirt, slightly off screen. And as a reminder, this is one we've watched recently, but it's worth it, especially for anybody who's the not in the late night crew. Daylight, I'd love to do that. Love to do that.
What time?
12:47. Yeah, we've been here since like 9.
Yeah, Gracie needs her afternoon dose of medicine at 4. Especially whenever I was a kid and went to the Bear House, I always kind of live in like, oh, what's doing all that? You know, I always tell kids too. And I went to the Bear House, and they released me to secret. Yeah. But he's so close to being an adult. So, I'm trying to teach him to be good before he is an adult. And that's bad.
Yeah, but not many kids have a life that way.
I know. They just want him to be better before he's an adult and does worse. That's all it is.
I see that. I want him to go back to school too. 100%.
He wants to go back to school himself, and I think that would be good for him because it'll keep him out of trouble and he wouldn't be, bored all the time, looking for something to do.
Judge, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Keller.
Okay, Mr. Gladstone is on his way back.
I'm back, Judge.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gladstone.
How are you?
I'm doing well. We're just waiting on the child.
Okay,
Mr. Gladstone, the reason why we're back is evidently the mother submitted a urine sample that was positive marijuana and that the sister admitted to use.
I understood that from Ms. Kelleher, Judge.
Okay, all right. I just want to catch you up to speed.
Okay.
So as I said earlier, I just want, as long as they're clean, he could go home, but if they're not, then we would have to revisit it. So I appreciate you coming back. We're waiting on a child. Something I do for you? It's the same one where they do for the parents already in there. Oh, the parent will be in the same one. Yeah.
Never could have did that.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Should have done that. And that's his dad.
Yeah.
If it's YouTube live,
Papa has more of a say so, like
Right.
with the boys, because he's a man figure,
Right.
and a man's supposed to be a man.
She's worried about us watching on YouTube Live. Do you hear
They
that?
look at us.
that's what I'm
They
saying.
look at us like we're stupid whenever we tell them not.
But that's what I'm saying. Why are they? Jason doesn't know that I smoke. It's none of his business. I don't know why they're involving.
So she just said, Jason doesn't know that I smoke. Jason is sitting right here. Okay, that's Jason. Jason just heard that, just like we did. This is literally the biggest cluster I've ever seen. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse.
My test with his,
No, and I'm not, yeah, but they're the way they're thinking.
but that's my business. I do that to my, he don't know.
They want to know.
I'm not trying to tell him.
They just want to know.
Ma'am, this is your son's attorney. If you don't want to say anything more, you don't have to. If I can tell the judge that,
Oh, no, I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's like Jason doesn't know, that but like I said, I done a drug test for CPS before, like last month, and I wasn't trying to lie to him, so I was gonna take it. So I'm not trying to.
I mean, if we go back.
He doesn't know that I smoke.
Because of his mom and.
Okay, if we go back in this hearing, he is gonna know. The judge's gonna let him know. Now,
That's what I'm saying, but it's really not his concern.
Who's here?
the judges or your sons?
Right. But it's not his concern that I
His
smoke.
sons.
that's my, huh?
He said, your son.
When you say his, who do you mean by his?
Jason's.
Jason is what I'm sorry.
Well,
But
the
it's
judge's concern is that if your son's smoking and you're smoking, then there's a,
No, it ain't from me. I promise you that.
I
That's why I
understand
took
that.
the test.
That's why she don't want
That's
to
why I
let
volunteered
Jason
to
know.
take it. I don't want Jason to know. It's not
If he
his
thinks
concern.
If mom does it, it'll be okay.
Well,
If
it's
he
gonna,
thinks
Does Jason know already, y'all? Do you think he does? I think he does.
I do it, he's gonna think it's okay for him to do it, and it's
no,
not.
the judge is gonna make it clear that there's not gonna be any smoking from your end or your daughter's end or his end, because it's very possible the judge is going to kind of hold him until this is all cleared up. But I don't know, we'll see, but
Right.
there's no
But
really.
that's what I'm saying. If y'all are doing this YouTube live, can't y'all do this with his dad?
Well, you showed up.
Also, I could be here, but
he listens more to his daddy because that's
because he listens to his daddy a lot more than he listens to me. He's a big. That's what I'm saying. I could be here, and his daddy could be there on.
I'm no expert, but I'm assuming that if your husband wanted to zoom in, they could find a window for him.
That's what I figured, but I didn't. It's fine. I guess we'll just do what we're here to do.
All right. So
I just
Jason,
don't
you're
want
here.
him knowing all my business, because then, like I said, if he thinks I smoke, it's okay for him, and it's not.
No, it's not. Y'all gonna have to work through this.
That's why I offered to do. That's why I agreed to do the test when he asked me, and like I said, I did it for CPS.
I think the judge is back on now.
Okay,
I'm here.
I'm good.
All right. So Jason, we're back here on this detention hearing. We're just continuing your same rights as I explained to you earlier
Yes, sir.
still apply.
Yeah.
So Jason, here's the deal. So what I had said last time was that if I'd be willing to release you on electronic monitor with random urinalysis, and that you could not have any contact with the victim of the burglary of a vehicle.
Okay, guys, you are going to want to watch mom's face, even though she is masked up. She really thought what she just said there got through to Judge Kim. She doesn't think he's going to rat her out, even though they just told her he's going to rat her out. Watch her face as he rats her out shortly. Her son also is smarter than her. He knows to play it cool. Yeah.
But this was also contingent on your mom and your sister testing clean, right? Now, here's the deal. We gave a drug test to your mom, and your mom tested positive marijuana, and your sister admitted to using marijuana, all right?
See, I don't
So
know that.
here's where we're at now, all right? Mom, my question for you is,
Yes, sir.
why did you lie to me?
What do you mean?
When I asked you, I was like, is there any marijuana use in the house? You said
Because
no.
I told you he doesn't know, and I'm not trying to answer you in front of him.
All right, so
It's not my best choice. I'm saying.
It's embarrassing to be in front
do you not understand where you are? Like you're in a courthouse.
Yes, sir. I know, but you don't.
And you understand I'm wearing a robe, right? Like I'm
Yes.
actually the judge.
Actually, no, I can't see it, but yes, I understand.
Okay. So in your mind, you thought it was a better example to teach your son it's okay to lie to a judge.
No,
Then
not
you
really,
need
because
marijuana.
he don't know that I smoke marijuana.
Well, he knows that you smoke marijuana. He knows that you lie to judges.
Well, now, thank you for letting him know that I smoke marijuana, but
Well,
yeah,
thank you for lying to the judge.
I'm sorry, sir.
Don't make yourself the victim on this one.
I
all
know,
right?
I don't know what it's.
Well, you are making yourself victim because you're blaming me for the
No, I'm
fact
not
that
blaming you. No, I don't mean to blame you. I'm sorry.
because you're saying that your son doesn't know, but
Yes.
you understand that if there's behavior that you're engaging in that you're not proud of or you don't want your son to know, then you probably shouldn't be doing it, right? I mean, that's fair to, I think that's a fair statement. I'm not trying to
Right.
beat,
I see what you're saying, sir.
yeah, I'm not trying to beat you up like before. I promise you I'm not. I'm just trying to have a very candid conversation with you. All right. I'm fairly straightforward. I don't play games. When I say something, I say what I mean and I mean what I say. All right. So Jason, honestly, and Mr. Glass, I continue. It's not about the offense. Jason, you knew your parents smoked weed, don't you?
Huh?
You knew your parents smoked weed, didn't you?
No.
Oh, come on.
Jason is smarter than his mom. That's what I've learned here. Jason, huh? No. Jason knows. Jason knows. If I knew, no, I don't need to tell you. But Judge Kim will get it out of him. Mom, I feel bad for her, but this is like walking into the dragon's den carrying a platter of raw meat and being like, why is he so interested in me? I don't get it.
I smoked weed with my friends.
Yeah, but you knew your parents smoked weed.
I might have. I don't know.
No, you knew. I mean, okay, look, your mom may have shown you that's okay. It's okay to lie to a judge. I'm telling you, it's not okay to lie to a judge.
She did not tell me to do that.
The more you hide from me, the worse it is for you. The more forthcoming you are with me, the better it works. My goal is to try and help you. Okay, I promise you. My goal is not to punish you. Mr. Glassman will tell you I'm not vindictive. I have a very forgiving memory. All right, I try and just get past things and get over things. All right.
Yes,
So let me go back to mom. My question was, why did you lie to me? I mean, that's the part that bothers me, right? I understand that you're saying, hey, I don't want my son to know, right? And you and I both know, and your son knows, and your daughter knows that your son knows that you smoke weed. I'll tell you how I know, because the whole front of the courthouse smells like weed smoke, right where you're sitting.
Really?
You may not know it, but yes, everyone in the courthouse was talking about how much y'all smell like marijuana.
Ain't nobody smell like marijuana.
Oh, yes, you do.
Really?
Absolutely.
I
You,
haven't
you can,
spoken
you're
to
probably desensitized to it, but you can ask the bailiffs. You can ask Mr. Remington. You can ask Miss Aguirre. You can ask anybody who walked anywhere in front of you in that courtroom or in that courthouse.
Mhm.
So juvenile probation officer
Yes.
back there, turn around. Ask him
I
if,
know he's back here.
yeah, ask him if you smell like weed.
Mask on, you can't smell.
Yeah. Everyone knows you smell like weed. Okay. People have been talking about it all morning.
You guys smell like
So here's the thing, right? It's no secret to me. Now, and so now that we're past there and you've told me why you thought it was okay to lie to me, let's go ahead and just hit rewind, okay? And let's just go back to the beginning and let's just have a candid conversation. Just you be straightforward with me, I be straightforward with you. Let's put it behind us, okay? I mean, we know what we know. We're not going to pretend that you didn't test positive, but I want to get past that. I don't want to talk about the lying or anything anymore. Let's just move forward. Does that sound fair? Okay, so we hit rewind. We'll start over again. And so here's my concern, okay? And now that you know what I know, which is y'all smell like weed, that's why I know your son knows that y'all smoke. Because if I could smell it, if everyone in the building smells it, Jason, they smell like weed at home, don't they? I mean, you know what weed smells like. I mean, you have a dirty UA. Jason, it's fair to say you smelled weed at home before, haven't you?
I actually have a funny feeling that he didn't, but he is smart enough to understand what Judge Kim wants here, and Judge Kim wants him to embarrass his mother. I really don't believe that she was very overt with her weed smoking. Like first of all, I'm a mother of a 14-year-old. I'm very overt with my weed smoking. I'm smoking weed a lot. So I smell like weed a lot, I'm sure. I actually one time got asked about that at school. when I was picking up my daughter. It was funny. But anyways, my whole point is I think he's smart enough to see the right thing that the judge needs, whereas his mom doesn't. Um, I don't get that vibe of uh that they were, all over the place. Weed is legal where I am, yes. But I mean, I managed a dispensary before it was legal, so um it's been in our system for a long time, let's say. But in Texas, where these hearings are being held, it is not legal. And neither medically nor recreationally. So there's an issue there. Jason is not there just for pot. Jason is there because of an aggravated robbery charge, I believe. But all I'm saying is that I believe Jason is quite astute for a kid that comes through these. He's not stupid. He's seeing what's happening with his mom and watching it all and realizing quickly what Judge Kim wants to hear, which is smart.
Jason?
Yeah.
A good job of masking it too, like.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna fault you for other people smoking weed, okay? I'm not putting that on you. I just want to have this kind of conversation. Mom, if you think you've gotten away with us all this time, you haven't, all right?
I haven't been here. This is my first time here.
No, smoking weed at home.
Oh,
If you think you got away with Jason not knowing you smoke weed at home, you haven't. He's known, okay? And the conversation I'll have with you, Mom, is perhaps the fact that if you smoke weed at home, that normalizes that behavior for Jason, okay? You and I both do not approve of 16-year-olds smoking weed. I will tell you as an adult, that's your decision. There are many states that have legalized marijuana. I'm not passing judgment on you as a person, as a mom, anything like that for the marijuana use, okay? That's a decision to make. There's consequences to that, and you're willing to accept the consequences. My thing for you right now is for you to tell me, or for us to have a conversation, that perhaps your behavior has normalized to Jason, that he's found it acceptable because his parents smoke weed, right? This also could be part of the process of why Jason doesn't listen to you, because
it's just me. It's just me. It's not his parents. His
Right.
dad does not do nothing.
Okay. So, well,
He just can't get here because
we're not talking about that right now.
Okay.
What we're talking about is your struggle with Jason listening to your instructions. Could be that Jason has a hard time following your instructions and respecting you, showing you respect, because you are in a way being deceitful to him. You're telling him not to smoke weed when you do it yourself, right?
Right.
I mean, as a parent, we have an extra burden, all right? We have an extra responsibility, okay? So this is my concern about this, is that I think, Mom, you've kind of created this situation that Jason has fallen into, okay? I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm really not. Good decisions come from experience. Experience comes from bad decisions. And I think there were some bad decisions made by Jason, by you. If you ask my wife, I make plenty of bad decisions, okay? It just happens. My point is that we can take this as an opportunity to go and make good decisions. If your decision is to continue using illegal substances in front of your son, you will lose your son, okay? You'll probably go to jail. Your son will be in and out of the Kimbo facility. There is nothing good that can happen out of this, okay? I'm just letting you know up front. It's your decision, but I want to make sure that you're aware of the consequences. All right.
Yes.
So, no, Mr. Gladstone, I'm kind of going to segue right now, knowing Mom's situation, okay? Now, Jason, this whole thing, watching this discourse with me and your mom is probably making you very uncomfortable. You've probably never seen anybody talk to your mom this way or in having this type of conversation. But it's a very real and honest conversation. And it's a conversation that I hope you are learning from, so you understand, looking forward, that there's certain situations where you just don't want to lie or be deceitful. You know, if this conversation came out much sooner, the situation would be much different. Okay? Right now, your mom is very, very uncomfortable. Your sister's uncomfortable. You don't know what's going to happen to you, Jason. Mr. Gladstone's there saying, well, judge is going to do what he's going to do, right? And so it's just, everything's playing out really poorly right now, when it could have been different if Mom just said, you know what, Judge, I do, but I can stop, right? It's going to be a non-issue. So now that looking forward, my concern here is making sure Jason's on the right path, okay? That's my number one concern, It gives me concern that we have parents, and at this point, I'm assuming your husband smokes weed as well. I don't know if he
No,
does.
no.
I don't know if he doesn't, but is it fair to say that I can assume that he does?
I
I
mean,
mean, given
yeah,
that he smokes, you smoke, you're being
yeah,
deceitful. I mean, you see why it looks bad,
yeah,
right?
of course.
You may be, you know, the Pope, but I wouldn't know that. In this situation, it's difficult for me to tell. Okay. So I have this concern about the home that I'm releasing you to. So I need to make sure that things are kind of a safe environment. I do have a question, Mr. Glasson. You can interrupt if you don't approve of this question. But Jason, I just want your honest answer is how much weed do you smoke?
I smoke a little bit with my friends every now and then.
Okay, what's every now and then? Just be straight up with me. Because
Like
before you answer, right? Don't lie to me. And the reason why is because there's a science behind illegal.
How many marijuanas do you think Jason smokes? How many marijuanas? Has he smoked 1 marijuanas, 2 marijuanas, or 3 marijuanas? I think it might be 3 whole marijuanas that he's smoked. Um, I this is Judge Kim, Judge Kim, um, almost showing his ignorance here. I've talked about this ad nauseum about the realities of how marijuana is metabolized in your body and therefore how it shows up on blood tests over time. And the fact that most people, especially in a state without legal marijuana, have no clue whatsoever the strain, never mind the quality or THC content of the marijuanas and how much they are smoking. So one person's 3 joints a day might be another person's like the weed itself can be very impactful in the difference of that. And so also how you take it, how often, which methods of delivery, how much you exercise even has a lot to do with it. And so again, Judge Kim would like it to be a formula. Of course he would. He's a lawyer. So lawyers really like black and white things because it's yes or no. But metabolizing marijuana and excreting it out of your system is an absolutely personal thing that is different from every person. And you will never be able to standardize across the chart because it's not like a drug where it's just not the way that you can do it. So, anyways, let's continue to listen to him talk about this. And if for any advice, here's the advice I have. If, for example, you find yourself in front of a judge and the judge is talking to you about your marijuana usage and they're upset with it or whatever, you can go ahead. Like, what I would ask for from your lawyer so they can ask is if you can test until you're negative and then begin the assumption that you are, because your levels can go up and down even if you've not smoked weed. Like that's the way it works. And so I think that it's really imperative if you are being like marked basically on your sobriety, it's not fair to people who may truly be abstaining that it's out of their control how it shows up in their testing over time. And so I would urge people to say, okay, I agree that either, if you need to be clean or whatever, fine, but they need to test you to a clean point first so that you can have a starting point. It's just not fair. Anyways. Yeah, let's continue. Levels and the levels do go down over time, Valentino, but my point is that they can spike for many different reasons just based on how our body metabolizes things. As a woman, when you're going through your time of the month, your hormonal regulation is different. That means your metabolism's different. So what happens is you could be literally pulling it from cells that you normally don't and have a peak in your test. uh, like I understand saying not smoke a weed, go ahead, it's not for me. I smoke weed all the time. But for people that are truly trying to quit, it's really, really demoralizing when they are working their damnedest on it and they're telling you the truth, and yet the test results might seem like they aren't. I can imagine how upsetting that would be if you were truly working on it and you knew within yourself, no, I have not smoked weed, and yet the test is showing this. You would lose a lot of faith in the system. So I think that all I'm saying is, if you are doing this for a court mandated thing, I would argue to have yourself tested at 0 before anybody's marking you negatively for not. So
Illegal substances. And if you give me fake numbers, I'm going to calculate a fake answer. Okay. So just be straight up with me. The only way you get hurt is if you lie to me. So how often do you smoke with your friends?
Like every 2 days.
Every 2 days. Okay. How much do you smoke? How much do you smoke with your friends?
Like 2 blunts, 3 blunts.
Okay. So you get like 2 whole blunts yourself, or you share the blunt with your friends?
With like all of us.
Okay. So about how many grams do you go through? I mean, you give me an estimate about how many grams do you smoke every other day?
3 or 4.
3 or 4 grams every other day. All right. So and how long has this been going on for?
Like a couple months.
All right. And I'm glad you're being honest with me, because if you had told me different numbers, then this actually could work out really bad for you. So my concern is that you've used enough marijuana that it's going to take about a month to get out of your system. Okay. And because of that, I need to set up drug testing to make sure that you're not using marijuana anymore. Okay? You understand, if I release you, you've got to quit the pot. Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
You can drop it. I mean, that's non-issue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mom, my concern for you is you smoking marijuana. All right. Is this something that you can stop doing?
I can, yeah, if it takes, yes.
I'm not saying
It'll be hard, but I can do it, yes.
Because I need Jason to be in an environment where the parent can set example. It would be, like I said, as an adult, I more or less don't care if you smoke weed or not. Okay.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, I care only because if Jason has a problem with smoking weed, I cannot put him in an environment where you would be undermining his efforts to stop smoking weed. You understand what I'm saying? I need you to work. We need to, remember earlier I told you the parent and the judge needs to work together to help the child?
Yes.
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. I need to work with you. Okay. Sister, you said you spend a lot of time there at home, right?
She don't
You
live
smoke
there,
weed.
but she helps her.
Not as much as he said.
Right.
Like I maybe smoke here and there.
Okay.
Nothing like.
So is it fair to say that if you're around the house, if you want to come around the house, you have to stop smoking weed?
Right.
Of course, to be an example, yeah.
This is not smoking weed at the house. This is you just stop smoking weed while this case is going on.
Yeah.
You can do that. Mom, sister, y'all can do that?
It's gonna be hard, but it's got to be done.
Okay. If it comes out to the point that you can't, that you just need to smoke, then you need to tell Miss Aguirre, right? Because what's going to happen is if I find out that you've lied to me and that you continue to smoke and you haven't told Miss Aguirre that you're smoking, then we come back to that situation where I'm really unhappy because you're lying to me, okay? All right. I'm making decisions for Jason, but part of it is being able to keep him at the house. If I want to keep him in the house, I need to make sure nobody there is smoking weed.
Yes.
Okay. If you have to keep on smoking weed and you tell us, we have good options. If you keep on smoking weed and you don't tell us, they're actually going to be fairly painful options. Okay.
Yeah.
So I can order you to have drug tests. I'm not going to, but I can. Okay. But I'm not going to at this point. I'm going to trust you at this point. Because remember, I told you we're going to stop and rewind. So
Yes.
we're going back and I'm going to extend this trust to you, but I need you to be honest with me.
Okay.
I need you, if you even smoke a little, you need to tell Miss Aguirre so we can readjust the situation.
Okay.
The worst thing you can do is lie.
Okay.
Jason, this goes to you now. Okay.
So Judge Kim also doesn't believe that you can be addicted to smoking marijuana, which is interesting because he basically just said there, like, oh, if you have trouble, just tell us. Again, he is a lawyer and a judge. I find it interesting that she's willing to lie to the judge originally, but now she's not willing to lie to the judge about it being hard. Um, I used to think I could stop smoking pot whenever I wanted and just didn't want to. And then, but whenever I would go on vacation, I would get quite sick if I didn't have pot, like literally sick. And, I was like, man, am I like addicted to this or like what, what's going on? And a lot of that is it's not withdrawals though, because you think about the THC in your system, it would be there forever. But what it turns out is it's anxiety, and I was reliant upon the weed for my anxiety relief. And when I traveled, my anxiety heightens incredibly. And so it's like even worse. It's sort of this spiral of a problem. I'm a I get really anxious traveling for some reason. Not like that there's going to be a problem, just like I need to be at the next gate as fast as possible because I think that the plane's going to leave, and I don't like to joke in the airport. I'm always like, I know they're listening. We just fucking get moving. Let's go. And so it doesn't, like, I have to buy new luggage when I travel because of the weed, how much weed is around my house. Like, I can't possibly take any purse or anything I own across the border. It's just not, wouldn't be smart. But anyways, my whole point is that eventually I did figure out that I was using marijuana to medicate for my ADHD. And when I was taking ADHD meds and diagnosed, I was able to actually reduce the THC in a way. Um, and yeah, yeah. And oh, that's the other thing I want to point out. Alcohol is, in my opinion, much worse than THC in the long run for people. And I really think that it is very hypocritical, and only because of the way that THC stays in your system that is the result of why they're so hard on it. Because alcohol is way worse. I mean, honestly, the types, and most of these kids were probably drinking while committing all the crimes they're here for. But nobody talks about that because you don't test for it. But I guarantee alcohol is a way bigger problem than THC. But again, they have a much better lobby to work with the government and make sure that they are still able to sell their product. If you want to see the weird dichotomy of that, just look at the comparison between a liquor store and a pot dispensary in Canada, where I am, where, you know, a liquor store, you can take your child into the liquor store to buy alcohol. You can't take a child into a dispensary. They've just got all these double standards. And again, I'm not advocating necessarily that weed fixes everything, but I definitely know that um, alcohol causes a lot of issues, especially binge drinking for young teenagers. And it gets a lot of people in trouble. So I think that if they didn't have the ability to test so long in the blood and urine for THC, it would be totally different. But because it's there, it's like they can't resist. Anyways, I have a medical diagnosis of ADHD for which I am prescribed ADHD medication, and I was also prescribed medical like license to grow marijuana. Um, Thank you, Billy. It is one of my favorite necklaces. I don't know what a torque is, but so the thing about it was once legalization came in, the laws changed in Canada, and so it wasn't as necessary for me to have a um license to grow the plants anymore because the whole landscape changed, unfortunately. It didn't get better. But, and I agree. So recently, I had a doctor who finally explained to me why he wanted me to cut down on my THC percentage intake. And I was usually don't listen to doctors when they talk about me stopping smoking weed because they don't tend to say anything I've never heard before. But this guy actually asked me what percentage of products I used, how often, good questions. And so I was willing to give it a listen. And he advocates that the same receptors are used for THC and ADHD medication. And so using one can reduce the effectiveness of the other. And so I have cut down slightly on my THC percentage intake, but 4 plants, yes. 4 plants would not be enough. I was licensed for like 130 plants or something like that before. Anyways, let's continue.
Okay. So, is Mr. Davidson or Mr. Menicon, are y'all listening? Okay, Mr. Menicon.
Yes, sir.
Question for you. Have we started doing the sweat patches again? Are we comfortable with that?
I have to check on that, Judge. I don't believe we've started doing the sweat patches yet. I know that was halted, but I can check and make sure.
Right. Because this looks like we may be lasting, because of COVID-19, we may be in it for the long haul.
Right.
All right. Yeah. All right. So this is what we're going to do, Jason. We're going to go ahead and give you a drug test, and we're going to send it to the lab. It's going to get levels. Okay. And it will measure the level of active and metabolized THC in your system.
Yeah.
Then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and bring in weekly for another drug test, and we'll send those out to the lab. As long as your levels are decreasing every time we give a drug test, then you're doing fine. That means you stop smoking. If you take a hit, possibly even if you hang around people that are smoking, then what can happen is your levels can go up. If I see your levels of active or metabolized THC go up, then at that point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you back here to Kimbo. You understand?
Yes,
So you're
sir.
going to do weekly testing until your levels are zero. At that point, we'll just do what are called drug screens. They're very quick. It's like what we did with your mom. It's just a dipstick, and it just tells us if it tests a certain level or not. But we will send your results to the lab to make sure the levels are going down. You cannot beat the system, okay? So I'm just letting you know, it's your decision. If you say, hey, Judge, I'm going to smoke pot no matter what, let me know, and I'll just keep you back here, okay? It will be a lot better for you to do that because you have to remember, even in your case, even though it's a misdemeanor, I can send you to placement. I can send you to places that are 6 to 9 month program that deal specifically with drug treatment and other issues that you may have. So I need to make sure that you understand that you don't want to lie to me, okay? I mean, just be forthcoming, let Ms. Aguirre know, because we kind of started out on the wrong foot on this one between you, me, your mom, and your sister, all right, that I can, believe me, that I'm going to remember all of y'all. I'm not going to forget this hearing today. All right, so you're kind of higher on my radar. So just be straightforward and forthcoming with Ms. Aguirre, and this will actually work out pretty well. It's not a serious offense. What I'm concerned about is the decisions that you're making, Jason. I'm concerned about the decision that mom makes and that sister makes, right? And I've let it go. I'm just reiterating because it's a good teaching moment for Jason. But at some point, they decided that it was okay to lie to me, which was the worst thing they could have done, right? And I hope you understand that, especially as a juvenile. Now, when you're an adult, you have the right to remain silent, and sometimes you may want to use it. Right now, as a juvenile, I really am focused at helping you. All right?
Yes,
So do you have any questions for me, Jason?
no, sir.
Okay, so to sum this up, what I'm doing is I'm going to go ahead and release you, right? But I'm making sure that it's on the same conditions, but we are going to we're going to do a urinalysis, a lab test, weekly until you are zero. THC and carboxynone.
So the rule for taking edibles for the first time that I always give people is you start with a very small dose. I was seeing 10 to 20 milligrams. That depends on where you're getting it, 5 to 10. How you do it is this: you take that, you wait 45 minutes, an hour. If you feel nothing, you don't get to take more that day. No, you're done. That's it. But the next day, you get to double your dose. So if the first day you take 10 milligrams and you don't feel anything, you get to try the next day by taking 20 milligrams and you should feel something. And you can continue on like that. And that will literally eliminate the possibility of taking too much in one sitting, which always happens with people with edibles. It's much more um, difficult because most people want to get high that first time. However, this is the safest way to try and figure out what a dose of edibles for you would be. And when you like other people like me, people in the chat that smoke weed all the time, we can take high dose edibles. Don't let those people talk you into taking more. That's a bad advice. The best advice is to take the one dose the first day and then that you are done that day. You cannot take more. You that's just the way it is. Next time you can double your dose if it didn't work. And also if you're using THC gummies for somebody like an elderly person for their pain or sleep, what I would recommend is the first time that you help that person take this medication, you want to actually plan an afternoon around it. So you plan to take it the same 10 milligram or whatever the first dose is. And then um, both of you or you're going to be up for this dose. You need to make sure that they understand what they might feel like if they are um, high, basically, especially if they're using it for sleep and they may need to wake up in the middle of the night for the first time. They need to be aware of what their body might feel like before that happens. And so, the everybody is very different. The best way is always to start with the least amount and work your way up. And if you have access to a dispensary, then what you can have on hand is a tincture of CBD, either alcohol or an oil-based one, likely in a grapeseed oil. Although with grapeseed oil, that goes bad quite quickly. So I prefer a coconut oil. However, my point is that you can counter the psychoactive effects of THC by utilizing CBD in a tincture form. So, yeah, MCT oil is good too. But you have to check the expiry dates on those because, again, if you're not in a legalized state or if you.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Karen, thanks. She's in the team. Make sure to check in. Yeah. Anyways, those are just my sort of little advice things for people since that I learned when I managed the dispensary for a long time. It is not you know, I don't tend to try and get people to smoke for the first time if they've never done it before. So the best thing to do if you start very small with either a tincture or a edible, and then you progress from there to see. And again, if let's say you are um, like most of your edibles these days are likely going to be made with a distillate, which has no strain effects, no terpenes flavor in it. And so that's just THC, different than if you're using a full spectrum oil to make the edibles. Or the other thing you also want to check with edibles is if it's a spray on edible versus actually like metered dosing basically. So for example, a lot of the time if you find the candies are the exact same as the ones that you can buy in the store, or like the sour keys or the gummy bears, like if they're the exact same, then the likelihood is those are spray-on gummies, which means that what they've done is laid out all the gummy bears and then taken THC tincture and then sprayed it on them. And so you can't be, even if they say one of these is 10 milligrams, you actually can't be sure because the spraying isn't very, you know, even. In fact, it's extremely difficult to properly dose anything in a gummy form without actually, like, let's say, molding your own gummies and injecting the THC amount um, at the same, like, at that each time. Basement Gardener, thank you so much. I will drop by your live sometime. Absolutely, CBD is really good for animals, and check with your vets, obviously. But yes, CBD is good uh, for animals, and in fact, most of the time, the company I used to work for, we sold CBD products for pets as well as CBD products for people. Same product, just priced differently. So, actually, the Asher House guy, the Asher House, I think he sells CBD for pets as his like side business. Probably his main gig. I don't know. Anyways, um, yeah. Anyways, let's continue watching this and then we're going to get started with our word games for this evening. Brian and Kim checking in. Glad to see you guys. Also, make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. That's how we take attendance.
All right. And then, Mom, as a good faith, are you willing to submit drug? I'm not going to make you. Are you willing to submit drug tests to give me confidence that you stopped using?
I guess so. If he's going to, I guess why can't I?
Okay, I like that. That goes a long way with me. Okay. We'll just do a screen every 30 days for Mom. Okay. And so it should go to 0 as this is doing it. And so that's all I want. But Jason, your mom's in it with you. Okay. It's not necessarily easy because a lot of this is just kind of the lifestyle that you have. You have to understand what happens with your mom. But this is something that hopefully that you take as an experience where you say, it's not easy, but your mom's willing to give up anything that you're going through, your mom's going through as well. She's willing to stand by you side by side for you. She doesn't have to do this, right? I can't make her do this. I can make you do this. I can't make her do it. She's doing this voluntarily, but she actually cares about you and wants to go through this with you and your sister as well, okay? Now, Mom, you understand if you don't bring him back to court, you're going to jail, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for me?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Gladstone, any questions?
No, Judge. Appreciate it.
Miss Gladstone.
Okay. Jason, do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
All right. Hey, do right. Just do the right thing. Just think about it and say, hey, if Judge Kim was right here, do I want to get caught doing this? Right? And as long as you think about that, you'll be fine. Okay? Mom, that goes for you too. You know that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sister, that goes for you too, right? Okay. All right, Jason, don't do me wrong, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Like a Russian racehorse.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Judge.
Gladstone.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. We are going to get playing our game and watching the other parts of court that we have today, guys. I think a lot of you know how to play the game we're about to play, but we're going to do a little overview here to start with. Firstly, we don't play games all the time, but we do sometimes. And so if this isn't your thing, no worries. I totally understand. I have lots of videos posted that you can catch and that aren't word games. But if this is your thing, you're in for a treat. We have a lot of fun playing. The game that we're going to be playing is Wordle, basically, the 5-letter word game where you're picking words that are 5 letters. And you can see here, I'm going to make it bigger for a moment. what you can see here is basically the legend. So how it works is if you we work as a team together and we are trying to guess the number or guess the word, the 5-letter word, within as quick a time, within as few guesses as possible, sorry. And so when there's a guess put on the board, we'll see either if it's green, that means that that letter is the right letter and it's in the right spot. If it's yellow, it means that letter does belong in this word, but not where it is right now. And if it is gray, it means that letter isn't in the word at all. And you should not include it in any of your further guesses. We chat about our guesses in the chat and then we put them in afterwards so that we don't get behind. The other thing to make sure is that you're right up to date and live can be when we're playing this game, because otherwise you're going to be guessing on old puzzles and that's no fun. So make sure that you're as live as can be. And what part of it is like, I just love the guesses. They're fun. Part of it is that, can I give her an oh yeah? Yeah, I can give her an oh yeah. Hold on. One sec.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, basically it's all for fun. You can watch and learn. You can ask any questions. The words, I believe, are based on the chat. See how it's called chat words? I didn't create this game. If I had created this game, it would be a little different, but I didn't. So I think that the words are taken from chat, but I'm not a 100p. I'm not a 100p on that. So anyways, we will also be watching some court while we do this. So that is also going to be here. As usual, trying to learn how to make it all fit and everybody happy as much as can be. And satisfy my constant need to watch court, which is like insatiable for some reason. And I think a lot of you guys are the same, right? Am I right? Okay. So, wait. And then just move me. Where do I go? Where did I go? There I went. Okay. We're going down to Travis County, Texas. I love Texas so much. Try boobs. It's not try right now. You're so funny. So you can talk in the chat, and then the command is Wordle. Exclamation mark Wordle. But remember, you may want to designate like a shift supervisor to do the chatting, because the less guesses you get, the more points I give you. So remember, working together is better. So, okay. And we have to see what the lag is between the chat and not. It's doing pretty good today. This is totally going to be frickin' translation full, I bet.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Are you all able to? Okay, now I can hear you.
Right. All the gentlemen are assembled except for Mr. Nathaniel. He'll be joining us later.
And this is 1 and 2.
This is post 1 and 2. Yes, ma'am.
Oh yeah, Jolly is a full addiction. I take full responsibility for that.
And I guess, let me just ask, would you want to add Mr. Nathaniel and I just do him last?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And who is it that needs the interpreter, Sylvia?
Juan Carlos Farias and Elvis Isaac Romeo Gillen.
There's no subject, Brian and Kim. If the letter is gray, it's not there.
And
If it's
who, I'm
yellow,
sorry,
it
who was
is,
the
but wrong
second one?
spot.
Elvis is Isaac Romero Gillen.
Thank you.
But there is an R and it's in the wrong spot. So your next guess should include an R, but not in that second to last spot.
I think he was getting that other gentleman, right? Is that what you
Oh,
heard?
I was going to bring him in after everybody's gone, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know if you don't want him in there to hear all the rights at once and then him to
Yes,
be
ma'am.
last.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. My name is Pam Sigmund and I'm the judge who's going to go over some information with you.
Mi nombre es Pam Sigman y soy la jueza que le voy a dar información.
We need to go over your rights.
Tenemos que explicarles sus derechos.
Options for getting out.
Las opciones para salir.
And then we'll go over your specific situation and I'll answer any questions you have.
Y después vamos a hablar sobre específicamente su situación y voy a contestar sus preguntas.
So let me go over your rights with you first.
Primero voy a explicarles sus derechos.
You have the right to remain silent.
Tiene el derecho a guardar silencio.
You don't have to say anything at any time about the facts of your case.
No tiene que decir nada en ningún momento con respecto a su caso.
Anything you do say could be used against you.
Cualquier cosa que diga puede ser usada en contra suya.
You have the right to have a lawyer represent you.
Tiene el derecho a tener un abogado que lo represente.
If you can't afford one, one will be appointed.
Si no puede pagar uno, se le va a nombrar un abogado.
And I'll ask you about that individually.
Y le voy a preguntar con respecto a esto individualmente.
Once you get a lawyer, you have a right to have a reasonable time to talk to your lawyer.
Cuando le den un abogado o tenga un abogado, va a tener un tiempo razonable para hablar con el abogado.
To get your questions answered and to be ready for any hearings or trial.
Y para tener todas las respuestas necesarias para tener una audiencia o un juicio.
Once you get a lawyer, you also have a right to have a lawyer with you if you are ever being questioned by the police or by a prosecutor.
Tiene el derecho a tener a su abogado presente cada vez que son entrevistados por los policías o los abogados que representan al Estado.
All you have to say is, I want a lawyer.
Todo lo que ustedes tienen que hacer es decir, quiero un abogado.
If you are being questioned by the police or by a prosecutor and you don't want to answer their questions, you have a right to end the questioning at any time.
Cuando son entrevistadas por los policías o los abogados que representan el Estado, pueden suspender la entrevista en cualquier momento que lo deseen.
If bail is allowed, it has been set, and we'll go over that individually.
Si le damos la fianza, y ahora vamos a hablar individualmente con respecto a la fianza.
If you are charged with a felony offense, you have the right to a pretrial hearing called an examining trial.
Si ustedes están acusados de un delito grave, tienen el derecho a tener una audiencia preliminar. Esto es una audiencia antes del juicio.
And that's where a judge would listen to evidence to determine if there's probable cause for the charge against you.
Y esto es cuando el juez va a escuchar las evidencias para ver si hay suficiente hecho fundado para que se lo acuse de este delito.
At this point, whether you have a misdemeanor or felony offense, a judge has reviewed an affidavit
En este momento, ya sea para un delito menor o un delito grave, el juez ha leído cuáles son las acusaciones que tienen contra suya.
and determined based on the affidavit that there's probable cause.
Y en este momento, en base a la declaración jurada, el juez ha determinado que hay suficiente motivo fundado.
But with a felony offense, you have a right to have this hearing with witnesses. So you may want to talk to your lawyer about that.
Pero con los delitos graves tienen el derecho a tener esta audiencia, así que usted puede hablar con su abogado con respecto a esto.
If you are not a citizen of the United States, be aware that certain charges can affect your status and ability to stay in this country.
Tiene que comprender que si no es ciudadano americano, la declaración de culpabilidad puede resultar en que tenga problemas con la inmigración y que no pueda quedarse en este país.
You also have the right to request that the embassy or consulate of your home country be notified that you're in custody.
También pueden comunicarle a la embajada de su país que usted se encuentra aquí en la cárcel.
If this applies to you and you want us to make that notification, you can let me know.
Si esto corresponde a usted y usted quiere que se le avise, hágamelo saber cuando yo hable con usted.
You can also talk to your lawyer and get advice from your lawyer who can help you with this as well.
Y también puede hablar con su abogado. El abogado es la persona que puede darle consejos de cómo actuar.
All right, so let me go over options for getting out.
Ahora le voy a explicar cuáles son las opciones para salir.
There are three main ways.
Hay tres formas para salir.
The first is a cash bond.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We need to stop right now. The word in the Wordle game, ladies and gentlemen, was vaunt, V-A-U-N-T, which means to boast about or to praise something, especially excessively. Is this game throwing shade at me and my chat? Ouch.
La primera es poniendo todo el valor de la fianza en efectivo.
And that's where whatever your bail amount is, you put that amount of money up in cash.
Esto es con respecto a, no importa cuánto sea la fianza.
It's held in your name, and as long as you make your court hearings, that money is eventually returned to you.
Este dinero se guarda bajo su nombre y si usted se presenta al tribunal cuantas veces sea necesario, al final del caso le devuelven el dinero.
The second option is a surety bond.
La segunda forma es una fianza en propiedad.
And that's where you pay a bail bond company or lawyer a fee, and they post the bond for you.
Y es cuando ustedes le pagan a una compañía de fianza o un abogado y ellos ponen la fianza por usted.
The fee is usually 10 to 20% of whatever your bail amount is.
La fianza es generalmente entre un 10 y un 20% del valor de la fianza.
But because you're paying them a fee, you don't get that money back like you do with a cash bond.
Pero como ustedes le están pagando a unos honorarios a estas personas, no reciben de nuevo este dinero.
And after we're finished, you can ask to use the phone if you would like to do that.
Y si cuando terminemos aquí, ustedes pueden usar el teléfono si quieren ustedes usar esta opción.
Just let the post officer know.
Hágale saber al oficial.
And then the third option, if your charge qualifies or your circumstances do, is a personal bond.
Y la tercera es si sus cargos o sus circunstancias califican para salir con fianza personal.
And that's where a judge authorizes you to be released based on your promise to come back to court.
Y esto es cuando el juez autoriza que usted pueda salir bajo promesa que se va a presentar nuevamente a la cárcel, a la corte, perdón.
And you don't have to put up any money in order to be released.
Y no tiene que poner nada de dinero para que lo dejen salir.
And we'll discuss individually if you qualify for that.
Y vamos a hablar individualmente para ver si usted califica para esto.
All right, so now I can go over with you individually what your circumstances are. Is there a chair at the front for someone to sit in?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Elvis Isaac Romero Gillen.
Señor Elvis Isaac Romero Gillen.
All right, your charge is a Class A misdemeanor assault causing bodily injury, including family violence.
Señor, está acusado de haber atacado a una persona, una miembro de la familia, incluyendo violencia.
The range of punishment for a Class A misdemeanor, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $4,000.
El valor que le pueden dar por una clase A de delito menor no puede ser más de $4,000.
And a jail term not to exceed 1 year or both.
Y no pueden ponerlo en la cárcel por más de por 1 año o ambas cosas.
And for everyone, as I go over the range of punishment, it may be that that if you're found guilty, you're eligible for probation or some other type of program, but this is just the range of punishment.
Esto es lo máximo y lo mínimo que le pueden dar, pero puede suceder que las personas que están presentes, si se los llega a encontrar culpable, pueden tener otro tipo de penalidad, como que los pongan en probación o que tengan que tomar una clase y cosas como esta.
All right. Your bail is set at $6,500.
Su fianza es $6,500.
An emergency protection order has been issued that we'll go over.
Y también tiene una orden de protección en su caso, que ahora le voy a explicar.
Bond conditions are no contact with the complaining witness.
Una de las condiciones no puede tener ningún contacto con la persona que está nombrada en esta orden, que es un testigo.
200 yards. Stay away from the complaining witness.
Tiene que estar a 200 yardas del lugar donde la persona se encuentra.
You may not possess firearms.
No puede tener ningún arma en su posesión.
And you'll need to participate in an alcohol evaluation through Travis County.
Y tiene que participar en una clase sobre el alcohol en el condado de Travis.
Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer?
Señor, ¿usted quiere ver si usted califica para que le den un abogado nombrado por la corte que no tenga que pagar? Señor, más fuerte, hable, conteste.
Yo necesito un abogado.
Yes, I need a lawyer.
Okay, so you're, all right, just so you know, I put on here you're requesting a court-appointed lawyer.
Yo estoy anotando aquí de que usted está solicitando que le den nombre en un abogado.
The form that was filled out regarding financial information indicates that you don't qualify.
De acuerdo al formulario que está llenado aquí, indica que usted no califica para abogado gratis.
If you're unable to hire an attorney, though, you can ask the judge that this case is in front of at your first court hearing. You can request a court-appointed lawyer then as well.
Si usted no tiene dinero para contratar al abogado, cuando usted se presenta al tribunal para resolver este caso, le puede decir al próximo juez que usted no tiene dinero para pagar al abogado para que le nombre un abogado.
You may want to make some phone calls and speak to lawyers to get an idea of the charge so that you can let the judge know if that's too much for you to pay.
Usted puede hacer algunos llamados telefónicos a diferentes abogados y saber cuánto los abogados le quieren cobrar. Así usted puede decirle al próximo juez que le piden que usted pague tanto dinero y que no tiene este dinero.
All right, and then let me go over this emergency protection order.
Ahora le voy a explicar la orden de protección.
This is for the protection of Yesenia Mateo Duran.
No, esto es para la protección de Yesenia Mateo Durán.
You are prohibited from committing family violence or an assault or any type of stalking or trafficking offense against her.
No puede cometer ningún acto de ataque ni de acoso en contra de ella.
You're prohibited from communicating directly with her in a threatening or harassing manner.
No puede comunicarse con ella de una manera de amenaza o acoso.
Or communicating a threat to her through someone else.
O comunicarse con ella a través de una tercera persona de una manera amenazante.
You're prohibited from going within 200 yards of 1007 East Runberg Lane.
No puede acercarse a 200 yardas de la dirección 1007 East Runberg Lane.
Apartment 232 in Austin, Texas.
Apartamento 232 en Austin, Texas.
If Yesenia Mateo Duran is living there.
Si la señora Yesenia Mateo Durán vive ahí.
And then you're prohibited from any other addresses she may have if she moves somewhere else.
Si ella se mueve de ahí, se muda, tampoco usted puede acercarse a donde ella esté.
You're prohibited from possessing a firearm.
No puede tener en su posesión un arma de fuego.
Any violation of this emergency protection order could result in a new charge.
Cualquier incumplimiento de esta orden puede resultar en que le den un nuevo cargo.
And this is in effect until 11:59 p.m. on July the 19th, 2023.
Esto va a quedar en efecto hasta las 11:59 de la noche del 19 de julio del año 2023.
And remember, though, that the bond conditions I went over go until the case is over or a judge changes them.
Recuerde que todas estas condiciones van a estar en efecto hasta que termine el caso o hasta que lo cambie un juez.
¿No hace una pregunta?
I have a question.
Yes, and then if you have any questions, let me know, please.
Sí, si tiene preguntas, hágamelas saber, por favor.
Entiendo que con $6,500 puedo salir libre, ¿verdad?
If I post $6,500, am I going to be released?
Let me make sure.
Pero puedo pagar
So you have either posting a cash bond of $6,500, or you can also go through a bail bond company. And
Usted puede,
you may have to come up with $650 to $1,000 or so.
mire, tiene dos opciones. Usted puede tratar de que alguien ponga todo el dinero en efectivo aquí con $6,500, o puede llamar a una compañía de fianzas, que son las personas que ponen el dinero por usted, y ahí puede costarle entre $650 o $1,000 para salir.
I don't see any type of hold.
No veo ninguna otra orden de retención aquí.
And I'm not willing to do a personal bond today, but that doesn't mean you can't get one.
Yo no no le puedo dar a usted fianza personal hoy, pero eso no implica que usted no pueda conseguir fianza personal.
If you're not able to post bond, you can talk to your lawyer about asking for a personal bond again, or a bond reduction.
O si usted no tiene todo el dinero, puede hablar con su abogado para que el abogado trate de ayudarlo a conseguir fianza personal para salir, o para que hable con el juez para que le hagan una reducción de fianza.
Do you have any other questions?
¿Tiene alguna otra pregunta?
No, está bien.
No, everything is fine.
Okay, if you need to use the phone, make the request to the post office.
Si necesita usar el teléfono, avísele al oficial para que lo deje usar el teléfono.
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
All right, Juan Carlos Farias.
Señor Juan Carlos Farias.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your charge is a Class B misdemeanor driving while intoxicated.
Tiene un cargo clase B, delito menor, por haber estado manejando en estado de embriaguez.
The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a minimum of 72 hours in jail up to 180 days in jail.
Lo máximo y lo mínimo que le pueden dar si lo llegan a encontrar culpable de un delito de clase B es desde 72 horas en la cárcel a 180 días en la cárcel.
And up to a $2,000 fine.
Y hasta $2,000 de multa.
Your bill is set at $3,500.
Su fianza es $3,500.
You do qualify for a personal bond.
Usted califica para que lo dejen salir con fianza personal.
Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
¿Usted quiere ver si usted califica para que le den un abogado gratis, o usted quiere contratar a su propio abogado?
Quiero ver si califico para agarrar un abogado.
I would like to see if I qualify for an attorney.
I'm also adding as a condition of your bond, a alcohol evaluation.
También estoy anotando aquí como condición de su fianza que le tienen que hacer una evaluación con el alcohol.
All right. Do you promise to appear for your court hearings?
¿Usted promete que se va a presentar para todas las audiencias que tengan el tribunal?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand if you fail to appear, you could end up with a warrant or capias for your arrest?
Usted comprende que si no se presentan, le van a dar una orden de arresto para volver de nuevo a la cárcel.
Entiendo.
I understand.
All right, when you get released, you will get paperwork that has a court date on there that's about 3 weeks from now.
Cuando salga de la cárcel hoy, le van a dar unos papeles y ahí en el papel va a tener una fecha que se tiene que presentar aquí en el tribunal y posiblemente sea desde hoy en 3 semanas.
Okay.
You should hear from a lawyer in the next week or so.
Usted debiera escuchar de un abogado en la próxima semana.
If you haven't heard from a lawyer by the end of next week, if it were me, I would be looking online or calling court administration to find out who my lawyer is.
Sí, entonces, si fuera yo la persona, y si para el fin de la semana no escuché del abogado, entonces miraría primero en el internet y si no, también llamaría aquí al tribunal para preguntar quién es el abogado que me han designado.
And get with your lawyer before the court date.
Y hable con su abogado antes de la fecha que debe presentarse al tribunal.
You should get released in the next 4 to 6 hours.
Lo van a dejar salir de ahora de 4 a 6 horas.
And if you need to make a phone call, you can let the post officer know.
Y si usted necesita hacer un llamado telefónico, se lo puede avisar al oficial.
And do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta, señor?
La información para contactar con mi abogado, ¿quién me la da? ¿Me la dan aquí para que pueda yo?
Who is going to give me the name of the lawyer? Are they going to give me the name of the lawyer here?
I don't think you get that before you're released, because you're going to be released soon. So
No creo que se lo den ahora el nombre del abogado porque lo van a dejar salir muy rápido, señor.
So my understanding is the lawyer is supposed to reach out to you.
Lo que yo sé es que el abogado es la persona que debe contactarlo.
But if that hasn't happened, you probably need to look online or make a phone call to the number on your paperwork and ask who your lawyer is in about a week.
Pero si en una semana no escucha del abogado, entonces fíjese en la computadora, en el internet, o si no, llame al número de teléfono que va a tener ahí en los papeles y pregunte quién es mi abogado.
Okay.
Anything else?
¿Algo más?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Gracias.
All right. Thank you, Sylvia.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Bye-bye.
Bye. Alejandro Xavier Perez. All right, you have 2 charges. Both are 3rd-degree felonies. One is an assault causing bodily injury, including family violence. The other is violation of a bond or protective order. The range of punishment for a 3rd-degree felony, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $10,000 and a jail term of not more than 10 years, nor less than 2 years, or both. Your bail on each of these charges is set at $10,000, and bond conditions are no contact with the complaining witness, 200 yards stay away from the complaining witness, which includes the residence and in place of employment, a GPS monitor that has to be placed on in jail before you could be released, and you may not possess firearms. And it looks like you may have a parole violation. I can't tell if there's a hold, but that's showing up here on my paperwork. Because first, did you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer?
Sure.
All right. All right, because this, the assault case is a felony involving violence, the law does not allow you to get a personal bond. So if you're not able to post bond, talk to your lawyer about what your options are, of either a bond reduction or, you know, what else might be available to see if you can, in fact, post bond and get out. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Matthew Talbot.
How are we doing?
Hello. All right, so you have a third-degree felony assault family violence involving assault case involving family violence. The range of punishment for a third-degree felony, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $10,000 and a jail term of not more than 10 years nor less than 2 years or both. Bail is set at $7,500. An EPO, emergency protection order, has been issued that we'll go over. You may not possess firearms. You have to get a GPS monitor placed on in jail before being released, and a family violence evaluation has to be done at some point.
To clarify, so my primary residence is the home where it occurred. Lex is moving out, or was, and I was primary custodian of our son. How does this order impact like my only place to live and the fact that I have been primary custodian for my son? As well as my business stuff is actively at that house as well. So my means of making income.
This gentleman.
If it helps, Lex Gutierrez vacated and abandoned the property a month and a half ago around Easter, which is provable on a lot of counts, and recently came back to grab their stuff and all that.
So they attempted, I believe, to contact her. Pretrial did. They weren't able to leave a message or speak to her.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't have that information. What I can put on the, let me look. What I can put on the emergency protective order is that you can't be at that address if she is living there. So your position is that she had moved out already?
Yes, she vacated the property for extended period of time. She's pretty much not been living in Austin full time. She's been in Picayune, Mississippi with her family since Easter. And she came back this weekend, but literally the argument that started was, they're leaving with a U-Haul. They had no intention of staying. And so it was dispute over property that I paid for.
Had your son been with her in the other state?
No. And I'm the one that drops them off. Obviously, I'm in prison right now, but I've been the one to drop off my son in the morning, pick him up at night, which is verifiable with his teacher. I bring him to therapy appointments that he has to go to because his mom abandoned him. Everybody in my life recognizes what I've done for my son. In fact, I am the primary caregiver, which is probably making the past 24 hours difficult for my son. And me and Lex are in the process of detangling our life and finances and all that, which is what stemmed from yesterday.
I think we can play this game just as it is, detained or released.
As well as, if it also helps, Lex is currently not on meds and is provably diagnosable for bipolar disorder. I was just, okay. Right.
Well, I don't have anything. Let's just. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take off the GPS monitor, but you do have the emergency protection order in place. I'm going to go over that order with you in just a minute. But what, are you going to hire an attorney, or do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer?
If I'm qualified for a court-appointed lawyer, but I find out my family's already hiring one in the background, because I haven't been able to talk to him since last night. Does that impact anything? Should I?
You can always hire an attorney.
Okay, then I would like to see if I could qualify for a court-appointed attorney.
I was looking to see if there was that information here. Do you have the phone number? Do you know the phone number for Miss Gutierrez?
337-281-3967.
67? Okay, they may have the wrong number here.
I'm sorry, I didn't know they were going to do phone numbers.
And in that call to Miss Gutierrez, will the predicament be explained or elaborated on? Like the fact that I have really no place to go and my business is tied to my address.
Well, they will just ask if where she's going to be living and make sure we have a good address for this emergency protection order. So we'll find out from that.
Okay.
What if they're able to reach her.
Thank you, Kesha.
They will bring you a copy of this to sign after I get that confirmed what's going on. But regardless, it is going to be that address if she's living there, or any subsequent address. So if she's living in another state, it will apply there as well. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
In case, let's say hypothetically Lex goes back to the other state, I live in my primary address with my son, and there's an attempt to try to co-parent in that interim, that's not allowed, or
There's nothing that prevents contact, but it can't be, you'll be able to read
I'll be able to read through the stuff.
it's
Okay.
no, you can't, no threatening or harassing contact, but it doesn't say no contact.
Okay, but I can't reside at the address that they're staying at.
Correct. Or at this South First address if she's living there.
Perfect.
If it's not living there, then you can be there.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. Do I qualify for a personal bond or?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is it's a felony involving violence, and so you can't get a personal bond. So you'll have to either do the cash bond or
reach a lawyer.
go through a bail bond company.
And you said it was 7,500?
Right. So you probably have to come up with $750 or so.
Okay.
You'll just have to call and see what they tell you.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's numbers by the phone.
Okay.
Okay. And you estimate phone calls.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Timothy Ramos.
I'm here.
Right. Your charge is a second-degree felony, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $10,000 and a jail term of not more than 20 years, nor less than 2 years, or both. Your bail is set at $15,000. Bond conditions are no contact with the complaining witness, 200 yards stay away from the complaining witness, no firearms or other dangerous weapons, no possession of those. You have to stay away from Demetrius Judgkins, I guess is the name, and Destiny Roads, including residence and place of employment. And then you have to get an electronic monitor placed on in jail before being released. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
Well, I plan to hire one, but getting his phone number is a little hard right now. So if you could see if I could get.
Okay. And this is a situation because of it's a felony involving violence that you can't get a personal bond. So you have to post bond in order to get out. If you can't post bond, if the bail is set, you can talk to your lawyer who can approach a judge again about reducing the bail to amount you can afford if you're not able to afford this amount. Let's see, do you have any questions?
About my place of residence. It's the same as the guy before. We both live at the residence, and I'm being told to stay away from Destiny, but we both live at the same residence. So what do I do then?
Well, yours does not have an emergency protective order. It just has a bond condition.
The bond condition. Okay.
So you'll have to find someplace else to live. I mean, with this type of charge, let me see if we were, do you have the phone number for her? We don't have a phone number, so they weren't able to call.
The phone number for Destiny?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
What is that?
It is 512-971-1820.
I'm fucking busy, lady. Stop getting phone numbers.
I will ask pretrial to call.
I'm well, thanks for asking. I do need a soundboard. All I have is access to my mute button very quickly. on my mic.
But with this type of charge, I mean, and we'll try to gather some information about it, but with this type of charge, I'm not willing to have y'all live in the same place.
And that was the thing. I wasn't fighting with her. I was fighting with the random guy that wouldn't leave my property. That was the whole, it
Well,
wasn't between her and I, it was between the guy and I.
Okay, let us see if we can find out some more information. We'll call this number that you gave us to see if they can reach Destiny. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right, thank you. Donovan Reed. You have one charge, Class A misdemeanor assault causing bodily injury, including family violence. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $4,000 and a jail term not to exceed 1 year or both. Your bail is set at $6,000. An emergency protection order has been issued that we need to go over. Bond conditions are no contact, 200-yard stay away from the complaining witness, GPS monitor in jail, and to stay away from
say the address here, but don't
there. So, do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer?
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking hard on that one. Or did
So
he
let me
say
go over
yes?
the emergency protection order with you. It's for the protection of Marquita DeMoss and Hayden Reed and Kaylin Reed. You're prohibited from committing family violence or an assault or any type of stalking or trafficking offense against them. You're prohibited from communicating directly with them in a threatening or harassing manner or communicating a threat through someone else to them. You're prohibited from going within 200 yards of Road, apartment 732 it is in Austin, Texas, or any subsequent address. And that's if she is living at that address with the children. You're prohibited from possessing a firearm. And any violation of this emergency protective order could result in a new charge. And it is in effect until 11:59 p.m. on July the 18th, 2023. I'm not willing to sign a personal bond today. I don't see anything that would prevent you getting one at some point if you're not able to post bond and get out. So you can talk to your lawyer about that to see if there's a judge would agree to that. But I'm not willing to do it today with the information I have. Do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. So the home, she doesn't live there. That's actually like my home. She went to her aunt's house or something like that. I'm not sure.
And she's pretty much what?
She lives with her aunt now. She doesn't live there. That's my
Okay. Well, what I put on here was if she's living there, you can't be there. Okay.
I was gonna say, would it be possible for me to get a personal bond? Because I already missed work today, and if you miss more than 2 days in a row, no call, no show, they fire you like instantly. I don't have any family out here that can help me out or anything like that. It's just me.
Based on the information I have, I don't feel comfortable doing that. You'd probably have to come up with about $600.
He looks blown away by that fact that he has to come up with $600. Arbitrary hubris, that's hilarious. Y'all know I'm Canadian, but I'm an immigrant to Canada, first generation. I was born in Scotland.
I can't do it based on the information I have. But you can talk to your lawyer. Hopefully somebody will be in touch with you tomorrow to see what your options are, or you can post bond and get out. But I'm not able to do that today. Any other questions?
Can I ask you why?
In fact, I don't drink, which is very un-Scottish of me. And I have been to Scotland multiple times.
There's a history of violence, pretty significant. I'm concerned for her safety. The evaluation that was done through the risk assessment indicates that there would be high risk in you being out. So that's why I added the GPS in jail. But I don't feel comfortable doing a personal bond today. A judge might do it at some point, but I'm not willing to do that. And then your option is to post bond if you want to do that and get out. But you can talk to your lawyer about other options as well. All right. Thank you. Damian Powell.
Also, my brother up here is like laid out, like he's in a recliner. Look at him. He looks comfortable.
All right. Your charge is a Class A misdemeanor criminal trespass of a habitation. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $4,000 and a jail term not to exceed 1 year or both.
It's a misdemeanor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a Class A. Your bail is set at $2,000 and you have to stay away from 316 West William Cannon Drive in Austin, Texas.
Okay, can I get a PR bond? Do I qualify for that?
I'm not willing, listen, I'm not willing to do it today because you have a bond forfeiture on a theft case. So I guess you didn't show up for court.
It was because I had a job interview. I wasn't able to go to court. But if you talk to my attorney, I went down there. I went down there twice, and I talked to him already. But ma'am, I really do need to get out because I need to go to work. And I set up a payment plan for this with my same attorney. I've been dealing with my same attorney now.
All right. So you have an attorney?
Yes.
Is it somebody you're paying?
Yes. What's his name? Charles Popper.
Okay. Well, you can contact him and he can come talk to a judge to see if you can get a
well, as far as paying, I paid him once to bond me out, and then I took him some money one time because I was like on a payment plan. But as far as like paying, like to deal with my case, like no. So if you can give me a PR bond, that'd be good.
Well,
it's a misdemeanor.
Listen, you've got a long history. And the problem is, that's okay, I guess, except that you didn't show up for court. So if you'd shown up for court I would feel more comfortable believing that you're going to show up for court, but you didn't. So you could call, are you going to hire Mr. Popper, or do you want a court-appointed lawyer, somebody that's going to be helping you right now while you're trying to get out? You can get a court-appointed lawyer, and then if you hire Mr. Popper, you can do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I was dependent on getting the PR bond so I can get out, so I can go and and deal with what I had to deal with.
I know, but you didn't show up for court, and so I'm not willing to do it today. So if Mr. Popper has information, he could bring that information to a judge and see if you could get a personal bond.
Okay, I deal with.
Why don't you call him?
Could you give me his number?
Will she give him a PR bond? I say no.
Can somebody write it down? Is there a pen and paper?
You need the paper in your pocket. All right.
512.
Not this time, bitch.
I'm not doing it today. You can get Mr. Popper to come talk to a judge or me, or and see if there's my concern is that the history and you didn't show up for court. So if there can be an explanation about that and it makes sense to me, then, or to another judge, then you might be able to get out. But I'm not going to do that today.
All right. Miss, because the thing is, with my criminal trespassing, this was like I had discharge on my bond. I thought they didn't charge me with anything. If you look at those papers, they never charged me with anything. They just
Well, this criminal trespass is from May the 18th. So that was yesterday. Then you have a theft, and I don't have any information about it.
Okay,
from 2022. But it says bond forfeiture that you didn't go to court. Let me look and see if I'm.
The criminal and the
says
and
bond forfeiture.
Yes, bond forfeiture. That's why I'm locked up. Yes, man.
You have a criminal trespass from yesterday.
And I thought the criminal and the theft was from May. I mean, it was back,
The criminal trespass is from yesterday.
It's a misdemeanor, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
All right. Talk to your lawyer. Thank you. Miguel Fragoso. Your charge is a Class B misdemeanor, fail to identify yourself. The range of punishment for a Class B misdemeanor, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $2,000 and a jail term not to exceed 180 days or both. Your bail is set at $1,500. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
Court-appointed.
Does he have arms? I think he's
I'm
just
also going to put on here a misdemeanor drug evaluation as part of your bond conditions if you do get out.
Dude, never mind. If a PR bond is gonna come with all that, I'll just sit it out. I'll just do it.
All right, well, yeah, I mean, I wasn't willing to, we don't have good information that supports the personal bond right now. So talk to your lawyer to see what your options are and how you want to handle the case. And if you want to see about getting a personal bond, the lawyer can also check on that again for you. Okay.
Yeah, but you're gonna make me do evaluations and counseling and all types of other stuff though?
I mean, a judge may do that. I was just asking for a misdemeanor drug evaluation to see if you needed any help in that area, but you can talk to your lawyer to see what your options are.
All right.
All right. Thank you. All right. Justin Smith.
Yes.
Your charge is a Class A misdemeanor assault causing bodily injury. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $4,000 and a jail term not to exceed 1 year or both. Your bail is set at $4,000. Bond condition is no threatening or abusive contact with Mariah. I guess that's your sister.
Yes, ma'am.
Or her husband, Mariah Santos, or her husband, Jose.
Yes.
Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
Court appointed, please.
Do you have any place else you can live besides with your sister?
No, ma'am. That's my primary address. The only
They did reach out to someone, a Peggy Hill,
correct.
so that you could live at her address if needed.
Suppose.
I'm trying to figure out if I should do a personal bond or not. They weren't able to reach your sister.
I couldn't reach anyone.
Say, I speak up. I can't hear you, please.
I couldn't reach them either. That's pretty typical. I'm in the process of getting a hospice care set up for my mom. That'll be covered with her insurance. For now, I'm the only caregiver at the house, honestly.
Does your mother lives with your sister?
I live with her and my mom, my sister Mariah and her husband are living with us because of a house fire. They're not on the lease though. And
Oh, you live there with your mother?
Yes, ma'am. They're not even supposed to be there. And she doesn't help at all. With my mom.
What's your mother's name?
Susan Prince.
Don't ask for his mom's number, lady.
Entertain the idea of relocating, but I really need to make sure she gets her care taken care of, her hospice care plan and everything. We have yet to set up her Medicare. I'm in the process of doing it. They can't do that. Not my sister.
You don't have any criminal history. So I'm going to do the personal bond, and I'm not gonna do, your only bond condition is no threatening or abusive contact with the sister or the husband. I mean, you,
There have been domestic disputes with me and him, several in the past.
so can you speak up, please?
We have had fights, me and her husband. But like I said, they're not supposed to be at that residence. He's trying to get them to go live with his mother, because she needs their freaking help. They're not supposed to be there. But yes, I can refrain from contact, freaking start relocating.
Well, you need to talk to your lawyer about what you might need to do. You know best about what your situation is. And if you're living with people that they're going to be those kind of arguments and disagreements, and you're going to end up getting arrested, then it may not be the place you need to live. So I'm going to do a personal bond. Do you promise to appear for your court hearings?
Yes, ma'am. I have an insured vehicle.
Okay. And do you understand if you fail to appear, you could end up with the warrant or capias for your arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Court date will be in about 3 weeks. Look on your paperwork. You do qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, so you should hear from someone this week.
Okay.
Or by next week, I mean. If you don't, you need to look online and make phone calls to try to figure out who the lawyer is. You have a phone number on your bond condition, your bond that you could call, but just don't miss court and don't not do anything about getting in touch with the lawyer and figure out the best place to live so that you don't end up getting in disagreements with people that make you end up in jail.
I agree.
Any other questions?
No, ma'am, I don't think so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll call you back once I've got the last gentleman.
Okay, hold on while I get the next thing ready. I like her accent too. She's got a good accent. Yeah, okay. I was like, I had something else, and that's what I think we'll go with, but um it's heavier. Okay. And it's taking a minute. Give me a second. I might have to download this. Okay, that's better. Hold on.
But I do have to be at a doctor's appointment.
Sir, I'm not ready. Wow. Works that time though. Okay. I haven't watched this yet, so we don't know what will happen, but it is a CPS hearing. Um, and we will see how we do.
And so I want you to take your time in terms of the time you need to present whatever side you're on. And if we need to come back and finish, we'll come back and finish this evening. I'm available from estimate from 4:30 on, so we can come back and take as much time as we need.
Well, as long as Ms. Risher doesn't take too much time, we should be fine.
Well, I can take care of that with the mute button.
Says, what arguments do I have? I haven't seen my client in a year.
Are we having deja vu? Is everybody having deja vu, or is it just me having deja vu? No, but I think I've seen it. Have we already watched this together? My God, my brain can't keep track of all the court anymore. This is Judge Bartles. Well, it's what we've got, so that's what we're going with.
So,
this is 075 23 145 and 6.
I'm a little embarrassed and ashamed at my video storage thing because I don't always label them. Don't always is such a lie. I virtually never label a stream. It is always just the default date code that gets put in. I have labeled maybe 6 of them out of 500 plus. So, yeah, I don't always know. This one, however, came to me from somebody else, so it's labeled well.
Jaden Mobley and Brantley Watson, children are the subject of a petition to terminate the parental rights of their parents. We're conducting the hearing virtually over the internet using Zoom. DFAX is the petitioner is present with their attorney, Mr. Scrivonic, the case manager, Ms. Anderson. I think she's the former case manager.
She is. Ms. Williams.
Taylor is the current case manager. Ms. Anderson came back to get the tongue lashing she deserved for skipping out on us. And Ms. Miller is the guardian ad litem attorney for the children. The children's placement Jeremy Watson and Adriana Wild. Is it Wiley or Willie? Wiley?
Yeah, it's Wiley.
Okay. Are present, and I assume the kids are there with you?
Yes. Yep.
Mr. Watson, okay. And I've got an Alicia Williams.
Yes, sir. Current case manager.
You're what?
Current case manager.
Okay. So you took over from Ms. Taylor?
Yes, sir. On the 1st of March. So I've only had it.
And Ms. Long, the supervisor, is here from DFAX, and the attorney for the mother, Joan Risher, is here.
Hodges.
Yeah, the mother, Audra Watson, is not here, but her attorney is here. So let me get Ms. Williams, Ms. Long, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Watson, and Ms. Wiley to all raise your right hands to take an oath. Each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony and evidence you're giving in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Do each of you?
Yes.
Yes.
Halfway through the oath, I realized I didn't swear in the two kids. They're sitting behind you. Can I see them for a second? Can you just get them to lean into the picture? Oh, no. Hey, if they're not in the room with you right now, just remind me to swear them in. You don't have to go get them. I thought they were sitting right behind you.
I had asked our judge to put him in another room.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm sorry. Yeah.
For anybody new here, this is a Beaver buffer. Larry Beaver, the buffer, blocks out children in court. I don't tend to like putting young children on court. So if you see Larry Beaver, he is acting as a Beaver buffer. A dam, if you will.
Just leave that. If I need to hear them under testimony, we'll swear them in then, okay? I misunderstood. All right. Mr. Scrivani, you can proceed for the petitioner.
Your Honor, a couple of preliminary matters to have done before we get started. The department is tendering into evidence as defects TPR exhibit number 1, any and all private previous orders in case number 07520, 244, and 245. And we would ask that the court tender those into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
We would also ask that the court make or take judicial notice of its findings of fact and conclusions of law as to each previous order that has been put into place. And the reason I'm saying that, Your Honor, is just in case there was an order for whatever reason that the clerk's office, when they made the certified copies for me yesterday, left one out or something along those lines.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection.
All right. That's acceptable and admitted.
I believe I've got DFAX exhibit number 2, Your Honor, which is a copy of the return of service on the mother, Ms. Watson, showing that she was served via notorious service with notice of today's hearing date on February 25th of 2023, and ask that that be tendered into evidence and made a part of the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I also have provided copies in lieu of the originals, and they're not the greatest copies in the world, but they're kind of small of both of the children's birth certificates, and I've marked those as DFAX TPR exhibits number 3 and 4, and asked that those be tendered into evidence and made a part of the record as well.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Then I have DFAX TPR exhibits number 5 and 6, Your Honor, for purposes of the record, which are copies, again, in lieu of the originals of the putative father registries for both children, and ask that those be tendered into evidence and made a part of the record.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And then for the final issue, Your Honor, that the department has tendered as DFAX TPR exhibits number 7 and number 8, copies of the putative proof of service as to the putative fathers and the mother via publication that was run in the Henry Herald as to the mother and both of the putative fathers. The last date of publication from the Henry Herald ad running was March 15, 2023, and that's DFAX TPR exhibit number 7, and asked that that be tendered into evidence and made a part of the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
And then DFAX TPR Exhibit number 8, Your Honor, is a copy of the affidavit of publication from the Spalding County, it's the Griffin Daily News. And that shows that publication ran in that particular paper as to the mother and both putative fathers. And the last date of publication on that was March 11th of 2020.
Guys, this is a CPS termination of parental rights case in front of Judge Bartles. I think we are at the tail end of this case. These are procedurally the necessary steps that need to be laid out on the record for a termination to occur. The scene that I'm covering up with Larry Beeve is the placement for the children who have them currently. I think what he just said is that the parents were given service via publication, which means they published it in the newspaper for a certain amount of time. And then that stands as service for a lawsuit. You have to get approval usually from a judge for, I believe it's called notorious service. But you can't use that as a standard like default. You have to first attempt proper service other ways and then go from there. What are they running in an ad? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Her background? Is that what you mean? Oh, what are they running in an ad? Oh, no. So, like the newspaper, I think it's like the classifieds of the newspaper. So, actually, probably would be interesting to try and find one of those. I'll do a little look for it. Yeah, this is not emancipation, unfortunately. This is a termination of parental rights, unfortunately. You guys are doing so good on the Wordle, by the way. Look at that. Okay, let's continue.
23 and ask that that be tendered into evidence and made a part of the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
Go ahead, Your Honor.
Are you through with the exhibits? I wanted to just mention.
Well, I need you to say about DFAX 8 if that's being admitted.
Is it any objection?
No, sir. No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
We would also ask the court to find, therefore, based on the service attempt that was made on the mother by notorious service and by the two publications, that the mother and the putative fathers, Mr. Hinton and Mr. Mobley, were properly served in accordance with Georgia law, either via the notorious service and or the publication as set forth with regards to all three of those individuals.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Well, so fine.
And then, Your Honor, the department, with regards to the putative fathers, would ask the court to check its file and see if either the Mr. Hinton, Mr. Mobley, or any other individual claiming to be a biological father of the children has filed a petition to legitimate with this court or a notice of having filed such petition to legitimate in any other court.
No such notice nor any such filing is with the court.
And we would ask the court to take judicial notice of that neither father nor any unknown father has sought to legitimate the children within the time frame set forth by Georgia law, which is 30 days from the last date of publication, which they were relatively close. The Henry one was on March 15th. So it's been over 30 days since that date, and that would have been due, have been filed by no later than April 14th, I guess, the 31 days in March, right?
Yes.
And we'd ask the court to make that finding that as in both
Any
putative father.
objection? Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
Okay, the court will make that finding.
All righty. Let's see, Ms. Anderson, I think you were.
Can I mention something to you? I don't know that this is a problem, but I just thought I'd mention it. And I don't know what drew my attention to it, but in the putative father's registry certificate concerning Jaden Joshua Silas Mobley, date of birth 7/13/09. It identifies that child as a female, and the birth certificate says that child is a male, and I thought all the children were males. So I don't know that, I mean, everything else identifies the right person, the mother's name, the mother's address. You know what? I may be misreading. Well, no, because the affidavit on the other child, the black block that indicates is next to male, and female was first and then male. On the one that I'm referring to is male, then female, and the block is next to the check mark of a block is next to the female. Anybody contend that's a problem? I don't think it's fatal to the case or anything. I've never seen a mistake in one of these certificates.
No, I would think that it is dealt with by the fact that the children's names and date of birth, Your Honor, are sufficient to identify the children. That may just be a clerical error on the part of the putative father registry.
Okay. Anybody contend otherwise? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
No, I agree with Mr. Skowronek. I think it's just a clerical error.
I agree, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. You may proceed with your first witness then.
All right. Ms. Anderson, I think you were the first case manager on this case after Ms. Christopher, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you've already been sworn. So go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Patrika Anderson.
And Ms. Anderson, where are you currently employed?
I currently work for Kaiser Permanente.
Okay. And were you previously employed by the Henry County Department of Family and Children's Services?
Yes.
All right. In what capacity were you employed by the Department of Family and Children's Services?
A foster care caseworker.
All right. And how long did you work for Henry County DFACS?
For about 5.5 years.
All right. And during the time that you worked for the Department of Family and Children's Services as a foster care case manager, were you assigned the case of Jaden Mobley and Brantley Watson? I just wanted to make sure I had the names right.
Yes.
All right. When did you first become involved with those children, Ms. Anderson?
June 1st of 2021.
And is that following the children having been placed in the temporary custody of the Department of Family and Children's Services by an order of this court finding that the children were dependent and that removal of the children being warranted?
Yes.
And was that also after a protective order had been established previously as to the mother back in April of 2020?
Yes.
All right. And tell the court a little bit about as far as your employment with Henry County DFACS. You said that was for 5.5 years?
Yes.
Did you work for the Department of Family and Children's Services or work for any agency that worked in child protective services before you worked for Henry County DFACS?
No.
Okay. And were you, during the time that you were involved in this case from June 1st of 2021, were you a licensed or a certified social worker for the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Was your certification ever revoked or suspended?
No.
All right. And during the roughly 5.5 years that you worked for the Department of Family and Children's Services, how many cases would you say that you had worked as a foster care case manager? I know you can't maybe give an exact, but can you give like a ballpark figure?
A lot, like what, 25, 30, a lot of cases.
Okay. All right.
Does she mean at a time? I'm confused. I'm putting this on record right now. This may turn. I have a funny feeling that this, I'm just putting that on record. We'll see how we do. We will see.
Your Honor, I'd like to just tender Ms. Anderson as an expert in the area of child dependency welfare matters at this time.
Anybody care to voir dire her on those qualifications?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Court is satisfied she's an expert in the field and can testify accordingly.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Can I proceed?
Yes.
So, Ms. Anderson, who was the mother of Jaden and Brantley?
Audra Watson.
And who were the fathers of those children, or were you aware of who the fathers were at the time that you became involved with this case in June of 2021?
The names were Stephen Hinton and Arthur Ward.
What was the other one?
Arthur, I believe it's Arthur Ward.
Ward?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Were you ever able or did to find or locate either of those individuals?
No.
Did you, during the time that you were the case manager, when did you, well, let me ask you that before I get to this question. You said you started with this case in June 1st of 2021. When did you stop working this case?
October 2022.
So June of 21 to October of 22.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you have any contact with any individuals claiming to be the biological father of either of these children?
No.
Are you aware of anyone claiming to be the biological father of either child having any visitation with the children during the time that you were the case manager?
No.
Are you aware of any individual claiming to be the biological father of either of these children having provided any child support for either of the children to the department?
No.
Are you aware of any father having claimed to be the biological father of either of these children having undergone DNA testing showing that they were in fact the biological fathers?
No.
And are you aware of any biological father of either child having filed a petition to legitimate either of the children?
No.
And the reason that these children came into care in June of 2021 was a number of issues. There was substance abuse issues by Ms. Watson, educational neglect, and that the fathers were unknown and had not legitimated the children. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. During the time that you were the case manager for these children, Ms. Anderson, was a case plan established as to the mother?
Yes.
And was that case plan established on or about July 6th of 2021?
Yes.
And during the time that you were the case manager, did you have an opportunity to meet with Ms. Watson, the mother, to go over the goals and what was expected of Ms. Watson under the case plan?
We had one telephone call.
Okay. And let me just find my notes here real quick. And do you recall, and I, for whatever reason, can't get my hands on the date that was, but at one of the review hearings that we had in this matter, there was, the mother appeared at that hearing and complained about not knowing what was expected of her under her case plan. And it might have been Ms. Taylor that was the case manager on that, but if it was you, it was you. But do you recall there being an order from this court that Ms. Watson was to contact the department's case manager to go over what was expected of her under her case plan?
Yes.
Was that you that was the case manager at that time?
I don't believe so. I believe it was Miss Taylor at that time.
All right. So you had only one phone contact with Ms. Taylor, Ms. Watson during the time that you were the case manager?
Yes.
Were you ever able to meet with her face to face?
No.
Okay. And during that phone contact that you said you had with Ms. Watson, when did that occur? Do you recall?
It was right before the case plan hearing. The exact date I cannot recall.
Okay, so that was July 6th. So it would have been before July 6th of 2021?
Yes.
All right. And did you go over what the department's proposed case plan would it incorporate with Ms. Watson?
Yes.
Did Ms. Watson appear to understand, based on the conversation that you had with her, what was expected of her under that case plan?
Yes, she was understanding it and was aware of it.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about the case plan then as to Ms. Watson. The first goal under her case plan was that the mother was to attend and complete CCFA, psychological evaluation, parental fitness assessments, and follow any and all recommendations from the same. During the time that you were the case manager from June of 2021 till October of 2022, did Ms. Watson undergo any of those assessments?
No.
Was there a substance abuse assessment that was done on Ms. Watson prior to June 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that was never actually part of her case plan, the substance abuse assessment, was it?
For her to follow the recommendations, but not to complete it since it was already done.
Okay. Are you aware of what was recommended for Ms. Watson under her substance abuse assessment?
Yes, she was to complete level 2 intensive outpatient treatment. She was to increase her social support network, social activities. She was to complete a 12-step program such as NA or I guess it's called Celebrate Recovery.
Okay.
And to avoid areas and environments that would trigger her usage.
Was she also recommended to undergo random drug screens as part of that assessment recommendations?
Yes.
Again, during the time frame that you were the case manager, did Ms. Watson provide you with any evidence of having completed any of those recommendations as to the substance abuse assessment?
No.
Okay. Then during the next step on her case plan goals was that Ms. Watson was to obtain and maintain stable housing and legal employment for at least 6 consecutive months and provide the department with proof of that. During the time that you were the case manager, did Ms. Watson provide you with any evidence of having either stable employment or stable housing?
No.
The next goal was that Ms. Watson was to submit to random drug and alcohol screens with the results to be reported to the court, to refrain from any use of controlled substances unless prescribed for her, and test negative for controlled substances on all such screens, and to have a minimum of 12 consecutive months of negative drug screens. During the time that you were the case manager, were you ever able to successfully get Ms. Watson to undergo a drug screen?
No.
What prevented you from doing that?
Unable to get in contact with her, no return calls, no defects, meetups at the office or at her home.
Did you ever have did Ms. Watson ever provide you with an address where she was residing?
Yes,
And what address was that?
I believe it's 3 Skyland Drive in Locust Grove.
Were you ever able to verify that Ms. Watson actually resided at that address?
No, I did pop-ups, but I was unable to see her actually there.
Okay. The next was that Ms. Watson was to visit with the children as scheduled and to be on time for all such visitation. During the time that you were involved in this case, was there a set visitation schedule for Ms. Watson?
No,
How was visitation arranged, if it was?
so there was no visitation. I believe if she did see the children, she would just pop up at Jeremy and Adriana's home to see them, but there was nothing set in stone.
Okay. And during the time that you were involved in this case through October of last year, do you know when the last time that Ms. Watson had a face-to-face contact with the children was?
I do not recall.
Okay, I can ask Mr. Watson that when I get to him. That's fine. The next goal was that Ms. Well, let me ask you this then. Did Ms. Watson, during the time that you were involved in this case, ever maintain a consistent and regular visitation schedule with either of the children?
No.
Okay. The next goal was that Ms. Watson was to cooperate with the department and its providers and meet face-to-face with her assigned case manager, at least on a monthly basis. Was Ms. Watson cooperative with the department's providers?
No.
And in what way was she uncooperative with them?
She would not return phone calls. She would not, set up the initial meetings to get the providers' services started.
Okay, and what about meeting with you?
She was non-compliant in meeting with me.
Okay. And then the next goal was that Ms. Watson was to notify the department and the court of any changes in her address or phone numbers within 48 hours of the change. Was Ms. Watson, during the time this case was in place with you as the case manager, was she compliant with that particular goal?
No.
Okay. And in what way was she not compliant?
She would not update on her phone numbers or addresses. If I got a new number for her, it was from Jeremy or Adriana.
Okay. With regards to the assessments that I asked you about, the psychological and parental fitness assessments, when you were the case manager, did you make referrals to service providers for those assessments?
Yes.
And who was the provider and when were the referrals made?
For her assessments, I believe the provider, it was sent to New Heights, and it was at the beginning of the case. I can't recall the exact date. But
do you recall if it would have been before or after the case plan hearing on July 6th of 2021?
Before and after.
And you said before and after?
Yes, so referrals for her services were sent multiple times while I had the case, because the service authorization would lapse, so we would have to resubmit it.
I just want to make sure I understood you correctly. You said the service authorization lapsed the number of times and you had to reinitiate referrals?
Correct.
And the reason for that was?
Due to the non-compliance of Ms. Watson.
Okay. All right, I asked you about the drug screens, and has Ms. Watson ever had 12 consecutive months of negative drug screens during the time that you were the case manager?
No.
Did Ms. Watson, during the time that you were the case manager, ever have any unsupervised visitation set for either of the children?
Set, no.
Okay.
Did she have unsupervised? Yes.
And how did she have unsupervised visits with the children?
By just showing up at Jeremy and Adriana's home, seeing them. I'm not sure how long she would stay, but just popping up.
Okay. Would Mr. Watson or his, he's not married, I know that, it's a girlfriend or whatever, would they be the ones that would supervise Ms. Watson with the children if she showed up?
Yes.
Okay. So she was never, what I'm getting at is, to your knowledge, was she ever left alone with the children?
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay. Let's see here. All right, as to Jeremy and Brantley, do either of those children have any special needs that you're aware of during the time that you were the case manager?
Jaden was diagnosed with ADHD.
Me too, which is why I'm yelling about taint in the chat, which is probably also, Billy, while I wish, I hope, I pray that one day I might have a giant YouTube channel, I think our growth is going to be slow and steady, my friends. I'm a lot to handle for most people. Yeah, I'm screaming about taint. And yeah, so don't worry. Plus, you guys don't know this yet about me, but I actually speed read like really, really well. So I read the chat like 20 times, even when it's going fast. I read very, very fast. So I will always be reading what you saying.
And what services, if any, was he getting during the time that you were the case manager for that?
He was receiving IEP services through school, and he was receiving weekly individual therapy with New Heights.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Ms. Watson or any of the putative fathers participate in any of the therapeutic services that were provided to Jaden?
No, they did not.
Are you aware of the mother, Ms. Watson, or any of the putative fathers having participated in any kind of medical appointments, medical, dental, anything like that for either of the children?
No.
Yeah. And how long have the children been placed with Mr. Watson?
Since the beginning of the case in June of 2021.
Med check, med check, med check.
And is that, to your knowledge, a prospective adoptive home for the children?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to observe the children in the home with Mr. Watson when you were the case manager?
Yes.
And how were the children doing in that placement?
They were doing well, no concerns.
Okay. During the time that you were the case manager, based on the progress or lack thereof by Ms. Watson and not having been contacted by the putative fathers, did you have any reason to believe that either parent was likely to remedy the causes of dependency which brought these children into care?
No.
Did you think that they would actually, if they were, I guess let me rephrase the question. If they, either Ms. Watson or the putative fathers were to be given more time by this court to work their case plan or to establish a relationship with the children, do you think they would do that?
No,
And why not?
because they have not done so within the past year and a half that I had the case.
Okay. And were you aware of any substantial property that either of the children might stand to inherit from Ms. Watson or any of the putative fathers of the children?
No.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for Ms. Anderson, Your Honor.
Ms. Risher? Do you have any, you're muted. Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I was having trouble unmuting.
That's okay. Ms. Miller?
No questions, Judge.
Does this witness wish to be excused or does she want to stay with us?
No, if she can be excused, I think she would love go back to whatever it is she was doing.
Kaiser Permanente,
Yes.
are you at the place here in Henry County?
So I float around. So yes, I've been to the one down in Henry.
Okay. All right, you're excused. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right.
Call your next witness, please.
I'll call Ms. Taylor, Your Honor.
All right. She's already under oath too.
Ms. Taylor, go ahead and state. Where did she go? Oh, there she is.
Is that like
State your name for the record, please.
Yes, Shanae Taylor.
Pizza man, I'm gonna need an assessment here. We're flipping back. Let me get off the screen here. I gotta have my lighting. Okay. I believe this is the person I've been blocking with Beaver because they've had kids in and out of this goddamn scene. You know how I feel about that. Consent is the sexiest thing around, and kids can't consent. But, she's eating fucking pizza. Look at this. When does the pizza arrive? That's what I want to know.
So I float around. So yes, I've been to the one down in Henry.
Okay. All right, you're excused. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right.
Call your next witness, please.
I'll call Ms. Taylor, Your Honor.
All right. She's already under oath too.
Ms. Taylor, go ahead and state. Where did she go? Oh, there she is. State your name for the record, please.
Yes, Shanae Taylor.
All right. And where are you employed currently?
I am employed with DFAX.
All right. And
Intake Center.
what county do you work for now?
I don't know how to pronounce it. Doherty?
Doherty.
Doherty?
Yes.
Albany. Just be sure to say.
Okay, I have a few questions. First of all, I run a burgeoning YouTube channel, as you're all aware, since you're watching me on YouTube. Thank you very much. Hit that like button, subscribe, woohoo. But I run a channel called Kitchen Court Cases. It is still extremely rare to see me eat on camera. I'm just aware of how it looks. It just is there. And this is court. Like I get that these are not people to be mad at. We should thank these people because they are taking in these children. I should just shut up, let her eat her pizza, My brain just picks up on things in court though. Maybe I'm just mad because she's making me hungry. I think that's probably it.
Albany, not Albany.
Yeah. All right. And how long have you
Bye,
been with Doherty
Jonathan.
County DFAX?
Since March 1st.
And were you previously employed with Henry County DFAX?
Yes.
How long did you work for Henry County DFAX?
For 3 years.
Good night, Jonathan. Have a great night with your son. And just to be clear, I've watched a lot of court, a lot of court, just like many of you. But like thousands and thousands of hearings for the last 3 years pretty religiously. And so they aren't, it's odd. It's odd. Let's just say that. Good night, Wendy. I hope you guys have a wonderful sleep, okay? But anyways, it's again why judges have a hard time with court online, because people don't pay the same deference to the court that they used to. And I think that this is why it will end up going back to in-person court more often, because people don't listen properly. And these people, while not in trouble, so maybe they just don't have any sort of thought, oh, I need to be good in this, but just the fact that this is a proceeding of court, like, you'd want probably not to be eating pizza. Anyways, again, from the lady watching court in her kitchen, dancing around crazy. So I have no leg to stand on here.
What capacity did you work for with Henry County? What was your job description in Henry?
Foster care case manager.
Okay. And were you, during the time that you worked in Henry County and currently now that you're in Dougherty County DFACS, were you certified by the state of Georgia as a child, a social worker for the state of Georgia?
No.
Okay. And during the time that you were the case in Henry County, were you assigned to a case involving Jaden and Brantley?
Yes.
And their mother is Audra Watson?
Yes.
How long did you have those children's case?
I briefly worked the case from November 2021 until March 2022, while the previous case manager was out on leave. And then I received the case again October 2022 up until March 1st, 2023.
They are 100% the placement. They are 100% not to be in any, like, I shouldn't have really said anything. However, you guys can't see this, but the way that I have this set up in my house so that I can see all this is that one of my screens is a TV, a big TV. And so it is super obvious when they're sitting here eating that they're sitting there eating. It's just hard to ignore, even though the both of them are like sitting off to the side eating pizza. It's just hard to ignore.
October of 2022 to March of 2023?
Yes.
All right. And then you said you had it for about, I guess, 4 or 5 months from November of 21 to March of 2022 while Ms. Anderson was on leave?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me go through here again. Just some of the same questions that I asked. I would try to make it a little bit shorter with regards to the questions I asked you. If you, during the time that you were the case manager, either in November of 2021 and to March of 2022, did you have any contact with the mother, Ms. Watson?
Yes, I had one phone.
Do you recall when that was?
It was the week after I believe that case was November 29th, 2021. After the court.
To be clear, I don't think there's anything wrong with eating on camera at all. I eat on camera sometimes too. I think that my issue is that they're in court. This is not just on camera. This is in court. Like, I love watching mukbangs and food channels. Like, I'm obsessed with food YouTube too. But this is just like, turn your cameras off, guys. Also, the damn kids. giving me freaking out. I'm like ready to pounce with the beaver dam, the beaver buffer dam. Yeah, that's what I call that, beaver buffer dam.
Hearing. It was a week after that court.
Okay. All right. Do you recall there being a case where we had a hearing and Ms. Watson appeared and complained that she was not advised of what she was required to do under her case plan?
Yes.
And were you present for that hearing?
Yes, I was.
All right. And do you recall this court ordering Ms. Watson to meet with you to review the contents of her case plan and what was required of her under her case plan?
Yes.
And is that the one phone call that you just talked about that you had sometime after November of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. During that phone contact, did you go over the case plan with Ms. Watson?
Yes, I went over the case plan with Ms. Watson and scheduled a face-to-face.
All right. And did Ms. Watson meet with you for that face-to-face meeting?
No, she was a no-show
Where was that to take place?
at the DFAC's office.
Do you recall when that was supposed to be?
I cannot recall, but it would have been that week, that within that same week after that court came.
All right. And any other time during those roughly 4 months that you had this case in 2021 till November of 2022 that Ms. Watson contacted you?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay. What about from October of 2022 till you left the department in March of this year? Did you have any contact with Ms. Watson?
No, I did not.
Okay. What efforts, if any, during the time that you were involved in the case, did you make to reach Ms. Watson?
Yes, I tried contacting her via telephone. I tried going out to the home. I tried sending her letters and sending messages through Mr. Watson and Ms. Whiting.
And did you ever, other than that one meeting, get any response from Ms. Watson?
No.
And would you do that consistently on a monthly basis during the time that you were involved in this case?
Yes.
To try to get in contact?
Yes.
Okay. What about as to Mr. Hinton and Mr. Mobley, the putative fathers? Were you contacted by any of them or anyone else claiming to be a putative father of these children?
No, I was unable to make contact.
Okay. Are you aware of the putative fathers having any visitation with either of the children since June 1st of 2021?
No.
Are you aware of any of the putative fathers having provided any financial support for the children since 2021?
No.
DNA testing for either putative father, anyone provide you with any DNA testing results?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of anybody claiming to be a biological father having filed to legitimate either of the children during the time you were involved in the case?
No.
Okay. You heard Ms. Anderson's testimony with regards to Ms. Watson and her lack of progress on her case plan. During the time that you were involved in these cases, did Ms. Watson make any progress on her case plan goals?
No, none at all.
Did she undergo any of the assessments that she was ordered to do by this court?
No.
Did she Ms. Watson provide you with any evidence of having complied with the substance abuse assessment recommendations for her?
No.
Are you aware of Ms. Watson having tried to or having undergone any kind of drug screens while you were the case manager?
No.
Did you attempt to drug screen Ms. Watson during this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. And how did you try to do that?
I did put in a, what we call a service authorization for a technician to go out and screen her. They agreed, they weren't able to make contact, and they also did unannounced visits to the home and was still unable.
And did you do that on a consistent basis during the time that you were the case manager?
Yes,
You heard Ms. Anderson's testimony about making multiple referrals to Ms. Watson for the psychological and parental fitness assessments. Did you, during the time that you were the case manager, also make referrals for those services?
yes,
And were you ever successful in getting Ms. Watson to undergo any of those?
no, the providers were unable to make contact.
Okay. And did Ms. Watson ever provide you with any proof of employment?
No, she did not.
Did Ms. Watson provide you with any proof of stable housing?
No, she didn't. During our phone call, she stated that she did own the home at 3 Skyland Drive in Locust Grove, Georgia, but never provided proof.
Did Ms. Watson provide you with any other addresses other than the Skyland Drive address that she might have been residing at?
No, that is all.
Okay. Did Ms. Watson, during the time that you were the case manager, keep you advised or apprised of any changes in her phone numbers?
No,
If the phone number for Ms. Watson was changed, were you notified by a third party or anybody else about that?
yes, I was notified by Mr. Watson and Ms. White.
Okay, so Jeremy Watson, the placement for the children?
Yes,
Okay. All right. During the time that you were involved in this case, are you aware of the mother having maintained any kind of regular, consistent visitation with any of the children?
no, not a regular, but she was visiting.
Okay. And what kind of visitation, to your knowledge, did Ms. Watson have?
They were supervised, but not through the department. It was through placement.
And was there any consistent or regular schedule for those visits?
No, there was no scheduled visits.
Okay. Are you aware of Ms. Watson having provided any financial or child support to the department since these children came into care?
No,
Other than Jaden having the ADHD, were there any kind of special needs that either of the children had while you were the case manager?
no,
Did you have a chance to observe the children in the home with Mr. Watson?
yes.
And how did the children appear to be doing in that placement?
They're doing well. They are thriving in that home.
And are you aware as to whether or not that is a prospective adoptive placement?
Yes,
And it is it an adoptive placement?
yes.
Are you aware of either Ms. Watson or any of the alleged fathers of these children having participated in any therapeutic or medical appointments for these children?
No,
Are you aware of any substantial property that the children might stand to inherit from either of the parents, any of the parents?
I'm sorry. No,
I don't think I have any other questions for Ms. Taylor, Your Honor.
Ms. Risher,
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Miller,
Oh,
No
yeah.
questions.
and Ms. Taylor be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alex, thank you for joining.
No
Welcome to
objection.
the kitchen crew.
Thank you for coming back.
You got an
and
hold on.
Good luck and all.
Orientation meeting. Welcome to the kitchen crew. That's awesome. Thank you so much for joining. Please make sure you clock in for your shifts. Everybody should remember that we do that by hitting the like or the dislike button down below. And make sure that you're having a good time. I guess. I'm trying to think of what else. I'm like, yeah, Alex, woo. Love it. We are a big family here and we have a lot of fun. Med check, yes. We just did a 20-minute ago med check, but we probably forgot. Med check, med check. Also, we're playing a word game over here. We're watching court up here. I'm dancing here. And Karen, you're so sweet. I love it. Yes, and we're naughty. And we already forgot. Exactly. Actually do a med check. Actually do a med check. Also tell me what strain you've got. Also tell me what strain you've got. And we'll go back to the court. Yes, taints and beavers. Taints and beavers also. Oh, also, this is Larry Beaver. We need to introduce you to Larry Beaver. He's important to know. This is Larry Beaver. If you see any variation of Larry Beaver covering something on the screen, that is my beaver buffer dam. Beaver buffer dams are there for children. They're there for things YouTube Daddy doesn't like me to show. And they are there for my personal pleasure because I enjoy seeing the beaver. The joke originates from one of our series that we do often called Detention Dockets. And I think tonight we are going to end on a detention docket after this. So if you hang around, you will get to see why we call them Larry Beaver. Anyways, let's continue. But thank you again, Alex, for joining. I think you'll find we are very fun. Oh, and also there's points here. I love my beaver, Ginger. You know that. Everyone likes my beaver.
Oh, Benny.
No problem.
Also, we are going to have to make audio not a guessable word because I very much am concerned that my audio is messed up when you guys keep saying that. I get it, but I'm just saying.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, Jeremy Watson. Mr. Watson, you've already been sworn, so go ahead and state your name.
My name is Jeremy Paul Watson.
All right. And how are you related to Jaden and Brantley?
I'm their older brother.
And how old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
And you are not married, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And I apologize if this is a touchy question. Are you planning
On telling us what kind of pizza you are eating, sir? I know it's a touchy question, but were you planning on telling us what kind of pizza you were eating, sir? Please ask the real questions, Mr. Swarnick.
on getting married?
Yeah, it's we don't have a date, but it's in the air.
Okay. But you don't have a date set or anything like that at this point.
Did he just propose on this stream without her knowing? Look at her face. She's smiling here, but look, she's like, he's gonna ask, he's gonna ask, he's gonna ask, he's gonna ask. Oh my God, he's gonna ask. This is why you should not eat pizza in court, because this is becoming her engagement video.
No, sir.
Okay. And I apologize if this is a touchy question. Are you planning on getting married?
Yeah, it's we don't have a date, but it's in the air.
Okay. But you don't have a date set or anything like that at this point.
No, sir.
Okay. Jaden and Brantley have been living with you for how long?
2.5 years.
I want her cup. That's my color. And I want it. My cup is orange and I like it, but I want that one.
The Jaden and Brantley have been living with you for how long?
2.5 years.
All right. And that was actually even before the children came into care in June of 2021. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Because there was a protective order that was established as to your mom by this court back in April of 2020. And I believe that these children were living with you either around that time or shortly thereafter. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Are you employed?
I am.
What do you do?
I'm a hostler at FedEx Freight in Conley, Georgia.
Okay.
Oh my God, I wish my pause game was better. I'm a hustler. Damn it, I missed it. I'm so mad.
How long have you been employed there?
2.5 years.
2.5 years?
Yeah.
Okay. And your home that you are currently residing in, do you own it, rent it, you pay a mortgage?
I'm renting right now.
Rent? Okay. And are you the only individual that's on the lease for that residence?
No, Adriana Wiley's on the lease as well.
Okay. All right. Now, since June of 2021, when these children came into care, how many times has your mother, Ms. Watson, the mother of Jaden and Brantley, visited with them?
Quite a few times. Like she'll drop in on the weekends when they're out of school and stuff.
Okay. When was the last time she visited with them?
It's been about 2 weeks. Around Easter.
Okay. Has either Mr. Motley, Mr. Hinton, or anyone else claiming to be the biological father of these children had any visitation with them since June of 2021?
No, sir. No contact at all.
Sure. Has anybody claiming to be the biological father of any of the children had any kind of phone contact or Zoom
sir.
visits or anything like that?
No, sir.
What about Ms. Watson? Does she have phone contact with the children? I mean, they're a little bit young, but
She'll call us sometimes and she'll ask to talk to them and we'll let her talk to them.
okay. During the visits that Ms. Watson has had with the children, are either you or Audrey supervising those?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you had any concerns about Ms. Watson during any of the visits that she's had with the children?
No, sir.
Has Ms. Watson or anybody claiming to be a biological father of these children provided you with any kind of financial support for these children since they came into care?
No, sir.
Has Ms. Watson provided for you any of the children any birthday or gifts or Christmas gifts since they've lived with you?
Yes.
Okay. What did she provide?
She helped us get them some clothes and stuff, and she just got them some toys for them to play with.
When was the last time she did that?
Probably Christmas, right?
No, she got her taxes. She bought them a couple outfits.
I'm sorry, you can't. this is the court nerd in me, but like, and I know these are not bad people. These are the good people. But you can't talk to somebody else while you're on the stand. You're testifying. You've been literally brought to the stand to testify in a termination of parental rights hearing. You cannot be conferring just because you happen to be both on Zoom. And I understand. I know I don't want to be mean to them, but fuck, what is the word? Excuse my language. Not technically, but I'll go with that. Technically speaking, this is improper, and they the judge should be, you know, making sure that they know they should be testifying one at a time. Again, med check, guys, we probably just again forgot, even though it was 10 minutes ago and 20 minutes ago, but I forgot. So
I guess earlier, around like February or March, she bought a couple outfits.
Like 2 outfits apiece.
Okay. Has Ms. Watson been involved in any of Jaden's therapy or any medical appointments that you might have had for the kids since they've lived with you?
No, sir.
What about any of, again, for any of the putative fathers or alleged fathers of the children?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's see, Brantley is 9 and Jaden is 14 or going to be 14.
They're going 9. They're going on 9 and 14.
Okay. So they're in school for both of them?
Yes.
Okay. Where do they go to school?
Brantley goes to Beaverbrook Elementary, and then Jaden goes to Cowan Road Middle School.
Okay. Has Ms. Watson or any of the putative fathers been involved in any of the school functions for any of these kids, like PTO programs or, you know, moms and muffins, dads and donuts, anything like that?
No, sir.
did he just say moms and muffins or dads and donuts? I'm going to need a fact check on that. If that is a real program, I'm going to need the details on it immediately. Yeah, mom and muffins, dads and donuts. This court record, what is it going to look like?
Okay. And if this court were to find that it would be in the children's best interest to terminate the parental rights of Ms. Watson and the putative father of these children, are you willing to be a prospective adoptive placement for them?
I am.
Okay. And are you financially able to care for the children?
Yes, sir.
All right. And have you talked to Jaden and Brantley about being adopted by you?
Not necessarily, but I feel like, especially Jaden, he would understand. Like it's really the only option.
Okay. Okay. Other than Jaden having the ADHD, do any of the children have any kind of special medical needs or anything like that at this time?
No, sir.
And are you, whatever needs that they may have, are you in a position to be able to meet those needs either financially or from whatever other perspectives there might be?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you aware of any substantial property that these children might stand to inherit from either Ms. Watson or either Mr. Hinton or Mr. Mobley?
No, sir.
All right. I don't have any other questions for Mr. Watson, Your Honor.
Ms. Risher,
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Miller,
No questions, Judge.
call your next witness.
Your Honor, the last witness I have is Ms. Williams.
Okay,
All right, Ms. Williams, you've already been sworn, so go ahead and state your name for the record.
Alicia Williams,
And where are you employed, Ms. Williams?
Henry County Defects,
What do you do for the department?
a caseworker for foster care.
can you
And
speak up a little louder, please? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yes, sir. A case manager for foster care
And how long have you been employed with Henry County DFACS?
since January 1st, 2023.
Okay. And are you currently the case manager for Jaden and Mobley and Brantley Watson?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been the case manager for those children?
Since March 1st, 2023.
Okay. Just briefly, with regards to these children, has the mother made any progress on her case plan goals since you were involved with them?
No, sir.
And is the mother of these children Audra Watson?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you had any contact from either of the putative fathers, Mr. Hinton or Mr. Mobley?
No.
Let's see here. Have you been actually able to meet or make contact with the mother, Ms. Watson, since you've been the case manager?
No, sir.
Would you tell the court what efforts you've tried to make to get in contact with Ms. Watson?
I've contacted her through letter. No other contacts. Her contact is just through letter.
Okay, you need to speak up. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I have made contacts through letters, only because her contact stipulation is only letters.
Okay. Have you been provided by anybody like Ms. Watson or Jeremy Watson or anything like that with phone numbers where you can call or try to text Ms. Watson, the mother?
No, sir.
And the letters that you've sent out, how often do you send those out to Ms. Watson?
Once a month.
Okay. And where do you send them to?
The 3 Skyland address.
And have you ever received any response?
No, sir.
And have you had a chance to observe Jaden and Brantley in their home with Mr. Watson?
Yes.
And how do the children appear based on your observations of the children to be doing in that placement?
Very well, and well provided for.
And has it been discussed with the children by you or anybody else from the department about Mr. Watson potentially adopting them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who discussed that with them? With the children?
The last time that I was there, on the 12th of April, I just asked how they felt about it. And they both said that they didn't have any objections. They didn't say much.
Okay. All right. And if this court does find that it's in the children's best interest to terminate the parental rights of Ms. Watson and the putative fathers in this case, does the department intend to release these children for adoption to Mr. Watson at some point in time in the future?
Yes.
Okay. Any special needs for the children other than the previously testified to ADHD as to Jaden?
I have recently made a referral for a psychiatric evaluation with Georgia Psychological, but the appointment hasn't been set yet.
Okay, and who's the psychiatric evaluation for?
Jaden.
Jaden. And you just did a referral, it's not actually been done?
Yes, sir.
And what's the reason for that?
To
Let me rephrase that question. That's really poor. I'm sorry. What is the reason that you made a referral for a psychiatric evaluation? What's been going on with Jaden that the department feels that's necessary?
just based on contact that I've had with Miss Wiley about his hyperactivity outside of the home when they go on visits, trips.
Okay. All right. And is the department asking at this time, before I get to that, are you aware of any substantial property that the children would stand to inherit from any of their parents?
No.
All right. And is the department asking at this time?
That's a big kid to be holding like that. It's just a weird thing. All right, Carrie, no problem. I hope you have a wonderful sleep tonight. And I hope you enjoyed. And be well, my friend.
That this court terminate the parental rights of Ms. Watson, Mr. Hinton, and Mr. Mobley, and any unknown biological fathers that may be out there as to the children?
Yes.
And is that based on the mother having abandoned the children by having failed to work her court-ordered case plan?
Yes.
And is that also based on the children having been abandoned by the putative fathers and by virtue of their failure to legitimate the children or to establish any kind of bond with the children?
Yes.
I think that's all the questions I have for Ms. Williams, Your Honor.
Ms. Risher, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Miller?
Is the psychiatric evaluation primarily for the child to get medication?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was the only question I had, Judge.
Okay. All right, call your next witness.
All the witnesses from the department, Your Honor.
All right, the department rests. You have any witnesses or evidence, Ms. Risher?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Miller?
Judge, I have both of the children available if the court would like to hear from them, but all I have is that the children understood what this hearing was about today. They knew that the court was going to have a hearing about regarding the termination of the parental rights. They were both aware of Jeremy Watson and Audrey Wiley wanting to adopt them. They're both okay with that. I don't think it's necessary for them to testify today, but they are available if the court would like to hear from them.
Unless they specifically want to tell to me about anything, I don't need to talk to them.
Okay.
I don't want them to think we're ignoring them. Kids that young sometimes want to talk and sometimes they don't. I don't. You know better than I do.
I think they're fine without.
Jeremy, are they okay not talking to me? Do you think they said I want to talk to the judge or anything like that?
No, they haven't, but I can ask them if you'd like.
Okay, ask them if they have something they want to tell the judge that and let me know what they say.
All right, I'll be right back.
Sure.
Please don't. Whoa, the wind is picked up outside. I love the wind and the weather. I love weather.
Yes, sir. They don't want to ask any questions.
Okay. Or tell me anything. Either one. They're fine.
Yes, sir. They're fine.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Miller?
Yes, sir. Judge, my recommendations. These kids have been in care for over 2 years. And as far as the mother, Audra Watson, she's abandoned these children. She's failed to visit, having any meaningful conversations with these kids, at least that were scheduled. She's not financially supported these kids. She's not effectively worked a case plan. So I would ask, as far as Audra Watson, that you terminate her parental rights and allow these kids to be adopted by their brother, Mr. Watson, and his future wife, Miss Wiley. As far as the putative fathers of these kids, Stephen Hinton and Joshua Mobley, I'd ask that you terminate their parental rights, as they failed to legitimate these children. They've abandoned these children by failing to visit. They failed to complete any case plans, and it would be the best interest of these kids to terminate all of these parental rights and allow them to achieve permanency through adoption.
Anything further from anybody?
Yeah, the only thing I would ask is that the court terminate the parental rights of Ms. Watson. As to Ms. Watson, based again on her abandonment of the children, she's failed to work her case plan for a period of in excess of 6 months. The department has made reasonable efforts throughout this case that Ms. Watson, during this case, Your Honor, in a review of the record and a review of the orders, she hasn't actually appeared for court since we were in court on November 29th of 2021, including this hearing. We've had 2 other hearings. So this TPR hearing, and then we had last court was November 29th of 2022, which was a permanency review. June 1st of 2022, that was a permanency review. So it's been coming up on 1.5 years since she's actually participated in any court proceedings, and that is grounds for finding that the mother has also abandoned the children by her failure to participate in court child protective services hearings for 6 months. I think the court can make a finding that Ms. Watson has failed to visit with the children and maintain or establish her parental bond with the children. She has had visits, but those visits have been sporadic, basically, as to Mr. Watson and the case manager's testimony about she basically shows up whenever she feels like it, and then has the contact with the children. All of that put together, Your Honor, all of her behaviors throughout this case, and her behaviors through the time that the protective order was put into place, wherein this court actually had to sanction Ms. Watson for contempt due to her failure to abide by this court's orders, and to work her protective order requirements, and now work her case plan requirements, show an intent on her part to forego her parental duties and responsibilities to these children, and to relinquish parental claims as to all of these children, which are all grounds for this court to find abandonment. And then with regards to the putative fathers, Your Honor, I just wanted to correct Ms. Miller stated about the putative fathers not having worked a case plan. They actually didn't have a case plan as to either of the putative fathers. The putative fathers were pretty much unknown for a period of time during this case. But again, they've abandoned the children by virtue of their having been served via publication with notice of this hearing, that they have all failed to file a petition to legitimate, either in this court or in another court with proper jurisdiction within the time frame by law, that they therefore do not have a right to object to the termination of their parental rights because they're not parties to this case, that they've also further failed to establish or maintain any kind of parent-child bond. You heard that these children have basically been living with Mr. Watson since April of 2020, or very near to that time frame, which we're now 3 years into, and that no one claiming to be a biological father of these children has had any contact, or has any biological father provided any child support, provided any evidence of DNA testing. And that also with regards to the mother, that she's not paid any child support or provided any support. And that, you know, what Mr. Watson testified to about with regards to the mother providing some, you know, outfits or some gifts and things of that nature to the children, that does not constitute regular periodic child support for the support of these children. So based on all of that, Your Honor, we would ask that the court find that the children have been abandoned by the mother and the putative fathers, that the court find that termination of parental rights in these children would be warranted and in the best interest of the children. The children are clearly attached to Mr. Watson, that they've expressed to the guardian and to Ms. Williams that their willingness to be adopted by Mr. Watson, and that the children are in need of permanency. At this time, again, this case has been going on with regards to the foster care episode since June of 2021, and we're coming up almost 2 years as to that. And then, of course, that the court is aware that the department had significant prior history involving Ms. Watson from the April of 2020 protective order in this case, which Ms. Watson again failed to make any real meaningful progress on that, and that resulted in this court finding that these children were dependent and needed to come into foster care.
All right, the court finds by clear and convincing evidence that the children are dependent, that the condition is likely to continue unless remedied. Reasonable efforts have been made by the department to facilitate reunification with the mother to no avail. The grounds set forth in the petition are borne out by the evidence with respect to the mother, and the court appropriately finding that the grounds exist as alleged to terminate her parental rights. Neither the putative fathers have exercised reasonable diligence in pursuing a parental bond with the children during the window of opportunity that is long since exhausted, in my opinion. And it's in the best interest of both young men that the mother's parental rights and the two putative fathers' parental rights all be terminated to facilitate permanency through adoption. You can take an order to that effect, circulate it amongst the lawyers, and I'll review it and edit it and sign it.
Judge, we have a review case on this May 23rd. Are we still going to have that, or will we reset?
That needs to come off.
It has? Oh, okay.
It should.
Okay.
Well, Robin, are you listening? I'm going to tell Robin to take that off. And I will set a 6-month post TPR review.
I'm sorry. I can't do any more of that. We know what happens. Give me 2 seconds. I'll put on our last hearing for this evening. It's going to be a Judge Kimmy Kim special. Judge Kimmy Kim special. Back to our roots. Back to our fun way that we started. Judge Kimmy Kim special.
And the witness said that
Whoa, Judge Kim. Judge Kim.
Javian, along with
No, pause. This is not the right one. Is it? Now it is. Also, I'm eating a donut. It's strawberry filled with sugar on the outside. Oh. Thanks. That's the way I see it. Guys, make sure you're subbed to That Is the Way I See It. Much more mainstream content than mine. Not as many like donut eating shots, I guess. But a great friend of the channel. Okay. Come on, Judge Kimmy Cam. Where was it? Here we go. Will we be blessed with a beaver? Will we be blessed with the beaver? I don't know. You never know. Oh man. Maybe one day we'll open a donut weed shop where we play court all the time. Did you guys hear that? See if my mic can pick it up.
All right, welcome to the detention docket for the 3/23rd. We are back on Zoom for, I guess, 29 more days during this uptick in coronavirus cases. But I'd like to remind everyone this is still a court proceeding. People are expected to behave appropriately for court. So please be dressed appropriately. Please have your cameras on. Do not have any domesticated animals, alcoholic beverages, narcotics. All right, welcome to the detention docket for the 23rd. And then what else? Please not use the restroom.
Oh, Judge Kim did what I do. Oh, bitch is watching YouTube. Oh my God. I was like, fuck, what window do I have open? It's him.
Shower, toilet. Please not be laying in bed. Please not be consuming food. Please not have children running across, smoking. Unfortunately, all these have already happened previously. And do not have any moving backgrounds. Do not be from a moving vehicle. So if somebody's here on iPhone, you do have a ceiling fan that is rotating in the back. Please either get the shadow out of the screen or turn the ceiling fan off, please. Thank you. All right, so no portion of this broadcast may be recorded or broadcast or published. Violations of this order are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine.
You guys gotta bail me out if I go to jail.
It's been a while since I did this. Forgot my spiel.
I didn't, Kimmy baby.
I think that's it. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and start with Serena. Hi, Serena.
Hi, Judge Kim.
Oh, I hate seeing you like this. So, Serena, you're 17. You've been here for 30 days. It's a 10-day hearing. Review your case, decide whether to keep you or release you. Your attorney, Ms. Jacobson, is here. And if I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. All right, so I had ordered you placed at the refuge. You were unsuccessfully discharged back in June. Wait, do we have a caseworker here from OCOK? Lori, is that you today?
That is me, yes. Hi, sir.
All right, so I had placed her in the refuge back in 2019, I think. And then she was discharged. Did we go a second time?
She did go a second time.
Okay. All right, so then you were abscond status. You were found in DFW on June 28th, brought over here. You're positive for marijuana. All right, Lori, what's the plan?
We are currently searching for placement for her. She did have an interview last week with Freedom Place. I have not received an update if they're willing to take her or not. Other than that, we are still searching for placement.
Serena, I don't think you understand deep down inside how much I just want you to do well. I mean, really, like because even like sending you to the refuge twice, that's really unusual for me. You know, there's something about you that I'm really, really trying, but you know, with you running away and being abscond status, you just really limit me and what I can do. All right, so at this point, you know that I know that if I let you go, that you'll run, and so I'm going to go ahead and detain you while they're looking for another place. All right, and then hopefully they can find one quickly. Okay. All right. Thank you, Serena.
You judge.
Thank you, Mrs. Arnecki. It's good to see you again. All right, Alejandro. My tocayo. All right, Alejandro, 14, you're 15 next month. Arlington police went to a burglary vehicle. So you've been here for 2 weeks. Somebody said they lost their keys early in the day. His wallet was gone. 2 boys were on scene. One of them was you. You went to the apartment office, reported his keys lost, and surveillance video showed you inside the car. So he asked the keys from you. You refused to give him. Then he told you he's going to call the police, and you gave him the keys. And you admitted to being there. And you did it because you're upset with your mom. So, all right, you were on probation for assault, family violence. And you refused to provide a urine sample at the beginning. And he's level 3, acceptable. So I guess, Ms. Young, why is he level 3?
From what I can understand,
Why is anybody level 3, Judge Kim? Seriously? Anyways, actually, a brief overview for those of you who may be new. My name is Kitchen Court Cases. These are the detention dockets that we watch. They are from the 323rd District Court of Tarrant County, Texas, and they are from 2021 tonight. These are juvenile detention hearings, and the kids that we see in these hearings are held at a facility called Kimbo. That is not, rather sadly, a play on the words Gitmo and Judge Kim to make it extra frightening for kids to be at Kimbo. But no, that's not the case. What is the case? Is my mic really loud, by the way? I might have pressed the buttons. Anyways, what is the case is that it's located on the road called Kimbo Road, and so that is why it's called Kimbo. The second thing you should know about Kimbo is that they have a lot of rules in Kimbo, and the rules all work in a point system similar to what we have in the kitchen here, except I don't dock you points, I give you points. Judge Kim, on the other hand, docks points and levels based on the most minute things you could think of. Being overly playful, talking out of turn, looking at the wrong person. All things that people do very, 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 very normally. So when he talks about level 3, the level system goes 1, 2, and 3. And there is O for outstanding, A for acceptable, and U for unacceptable. So the highest, best level you can get is a 1O. So oftentimes people in this chat room will say, I'm level 1O today. When they're feeling great, they're on their best behavior. I identify as a 3C. That's 3 confined. Okay, that's the worst you can be. That means that you're in your room. Honestly, that's just how I feel all the time. Judge Kim gets my like defiance up. Anyways, so when he talks about a person being level 3, why are they? Well, do you want the deep down answer, Judge Kim? Because that answer is probably like, you know, deeply rooted in his childhood, more so than like because he was overly playful during movie time. But, anyways, I digress. Let's finish this off.
Judge, he has not been the most cooperative while in program.
So he's just refusing to participate in our program?
Yes, sir.
All right, Alejandro. If you have this attitude and do it your way, then you just stay here. When you show me that you can be respectful and follow the rules, then I start thinking about releasing you. But part of my process for this is that if I was to let you go, I know you're just going to be that disrespectful to your mom and your parents. And so I'm just not going to release you back to them for you to cause problems at home. So once you fix your attitude, then we'll start talking about letting you out of here. All right? Thank you, Alejandro. Raimundo waved. With Felicity. Okay, Felicity, you're 14 years old. You've been here for 60 days now. Fort Worth PD brought you in on a warrant because you ran away from home back in May. And you were gone for a couple weeks. You were on probation for stealing a car at the time. And you were also smoking weed while on probation. All right, so you've been ordered a placement.
Yeah, Alex, my dad was a jail guard in juvie in Canada, where I am from when I was a kid, and he worked with kids that were at a high likelihood to reoffend when they were first released as well, very effectively, but not in the same methods that most, like Judge Kim. No. Anyways, but so I actually really identify with the kids a lot of the time in these cases. I really am just um I feel for them a lot of the time and their families. They're going through a lot, but I do understand also like the other side of things as well. Um, some of these kids this we see do very well in this setting, and that is often a reflection of um, the craziness that may be at their normal home. And alternatively, there are times when the kid has the absolute most stable home, parents that have done everything by the book, let's say, as far as possible, and still there is defiance or disorder or disruption. And it is not easy to deal with that. And so, I try and be here for as a mom of a 14-year-old, but also as I'm a retired child and a retired teenager. And yeah, so I get it. I really get it. If we always joke that if I was here in Judge Kim's court, I would probably stay in Kimbo for a long, long time. Yeah, that's unfortunate, Alex. That's really that's hard. It's a lot of the time how well people do is based upon how willing people around them are to help. And if you don't have a good support system around you, you can be easily thwarted.
In Arizona, and we're waiting on approval under the Interstate Compact. Do we have a parent here?
No, Your Honor, Mom gave her apology. She's at work.
I understand. Okay, she gets it because, Felicity, I'm not going to let you go. We're waiting on placement under the Interstate Compact. My advice to you is take this opportunity to do well so that way you can get successfully discharged, getting your probation, and never see me again. Or if you cause problems, then you and I are going to have to deal with each other for years and years, okay?
Yes,
all right. Thank you, Felicity. I'm glad you're level 1 outstanding. Please keep that good attitude up, okay?
yes,
All right,
sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
What happened to Parnissa? Okay, great. All right, Lewis. Okay, so whoever's on the iPhone, you can either turn the ceiling fan off or move the camera so I can't see the shadow of the ceiling fan. Those are your two options. No, so my two options are to let you stay here or to remove you. The moving background is very distracting. So can you please, iPhone? Yes, you, ma'am. Your ceiling fan is on. I can still see the shadow. You can still see the shadow of your ceiling fan. Well, turning the camera off doesn't work either. This is court, people. All right, Lewis, you are almost 17 years old. Never been here before. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to an attorney and you have the right to remain silent. Ms. Nkoye is your attorney. She's here. Good afternoon, Ms. Nkoye.
Good afternoon, Judge.
All right, so yesterday, Lewis, you were brought in about 2:30. Arlington PD was dispatched to domestic. You told the police that your mom told you to clean the house. You weren't doing it fast enough, so she hit you and threw a pot at you. Then you said your mom left and she said that she was gonna buy a gun to kill them. So they called your mom, who said she was driving around trying to find a police station, to come talk to Lewis about choking and hitting her. Mother met the police at her house. Victim told the police she had been attacked the night before while working for DoorDash. She came home from JPS, asked her boys to clean the house. Lewis was talking back to her, so she smacked him in the head, knocked the glasses off his face. So he grabbed her by the throat, pushed her back onto a wall. That also grabbed her wrist, scratched it, causing it to bleed. Younger son broke it up. So I guess Lewis was still yelling at her, so she threw a pot at him so he would shut up. She said that she was in pain from the throat and being scratched. She denied saying that she's going to get a gun. Lewis admitted to grabbing and scratching his mom, but denied choking her. So you were brought here for assault family violence by impeding breath or circulation. Lewis, I'm going to let you know. Do we have a parent here? No?
No, sir, we do not.
All right. So Lewis, I'm going to let you know this is a felony level offense because of the impeding breath or circulation, which means you could be sent to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, which is basically prison for kids, for an indeterminate sentence. At this point, based on your story, let's say I just believe you that your mom was going to get a gun and kill you. So I'm just going to go and detain you to protect you from your mom. Does that sound fair? So, all right, we will see you at the 10-day hearing, Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
This one? Nolan.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I've seen you before. I don't remember your name. So you know, when you come in here, you gotta see a judge within 2 days. I decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Lofton is your attorney. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, so you were referred by Midland Police for, let's see. Police tried to conduct a traffic stop because their notified driver was in possession of a runaway child, possibly harboring her. Vehicle evaded officers till it reached a dead end. Driver and passenger evaded on foot, but were caught. The driver was identified as you, transported to Midland County Juvenile Justice Center. They contacted us, who told them that you have a warrant issued that we signed for you. Let's see, so we went and picked you up and Ms. Lopez, who drove out to Midland County?
It was Mr. Christopher Bell and Phil Sawyer. They went and picked them up yesterday.
Wow, okay. That's a long drive.
Yes, it was.
All right. 2 days before, you were referred out of custody by Arlington Police. According to the report, officers talked with mom, who said that you contacted her on the evening of the 23rd, saying that you would turn yourself in. Mom picked you up, wanted to take you home to see your younger sibling and have dinner. We have mom here?
Right here, Your Honor.
Okay. I guess lesson learned, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So then she was going to take you here in the morning. Mom woke up. Evidently, you took her car or grandfather's truck, and grandpa never had gave you permission to drive it. 10 days before that, you cut off your EM and ran away. Let's see, back in June, I released you a 10-day hearing on the electronic monitoring and sweat patch. Sweat patch had you positive for methamphetamine. 2 weeks before that, Arlington PD brought you in for stealing your grandfather's truck again. Through the valet key again. Like, Mom, why didn't Grandpa figure out that he needs to hide the valet key?
We thought that we did, I guess.
And previous to that, you also were harboring a runaway. All right. Well, Nolan, I am going to detain you. I think it's going to be a while. Let's go ahead and start a resource staffing. Do we have a psychological already done on this child, Ms. Lopez?
We do not have one yet, but we can have that taken care of. Do you want the resource staffing done before we get the psych eval?
Yes, I'd like to get all the ducks in a row.
Okay.
We can. So, Nolan, at this point, your options realistically, unless your attorney can convince the district attorney to give you a chance on probation, is either a placement for your drug addiction for methamphetamine, maybe your behavioral problems, or the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. So it is your decisions going forward that will determine what your future is. If you keep up the bad attitude here at Kimbo that you have been before you came in yesterday, then it will, that path leads to TJJD. You do the right thing and show me that you're changing and that you're making good decisions, then we were looking at possibly placement and probation. Okay? Make good decisions, sir. Thank you, Nolan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I be excused, Your Honor, to go to the other? Thank you, sir.
Have a good day, Mr. Lofton.
Thank you.
All right. Hydra. All right, Hydra. Let's see what's going on. You've been here before. This all started when you were 14 for engaged in organized crime, assault bodily injury, engaged in organized crime, assault bodily injury. You're placed on probation back when you were 16 for unlawfully carrying a weapon, and a second time when you're 16. So twice in one. So Dana, my question is, how is he on probation for unlawfully carrying a weapon, then picks up another unlawfully carrying a weapon and gets probation again? Which judge approved that? Did I?
Talking to me?
No, I'm talking to your probation officer. Who's on mute? I don't think. Dana, I don't think you're not on mute. I don't think your mic is working. Okay. Well, doesn't matter. All right. So now you're brought in here, positive for marijuana and for cocaine. Let's see. You were brought in on an arrest warrant. Oh. Back in February, there was a shooting. The victim, Javian Wright, who was a juvenile in this court, had been shot in the head. Rifle was found. Talked to a witness. Witness refused to talk, but had warrants. So they got a warrant to search a house, found a witness, and the witness said that Javian, along with 3 other people, are going to drive by and shoot up Lil Cash's home. Group you on the house, and 2 of them began to fire at the house. Mr. Wright was shot and fell to the ground. So, separate incidents, sir. You were found in a vehicle with a 9mm pistol near you. Which was a Glock pistol, and that the gun that fired, that killed Mr. Wright, was a Glock. So you were here on a murder warrant. Witness placed you in the car the night Mr. Wright was shot. Mr. Victor, is your mic working now?
I don't know, is it?
Yeah, it is. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so this looks like what I'm reading, it looks like kind of a friendly fire.
Well, Your Honor, it looks like, from what I read, a really bad example of muzzle discipline.
Right.
It sounds like what the police report indicated was that
4 people, hold on. It looks like from what I'm seeing, these 4 people, or a group of people, went to go shoot up a house. People came out. The people coming up to the house, everyone started shooting. One of the shooters shooting at the house was shot in the back of the head, presumably by accident.
correct.
Yeah. All right. Well, so I'm going to let you know, sir, that I don't know if you know what the law of parties is in Texas, but that means if 2 or more people get together and either plan, commit, or benefit from a crime together, they're all individually and separately guilty of the most serious offense. So let's say me and Mr. Victorson decide to rob a bank. Even though I'm the getaway driver and I wasn't even inside the bank, I could be guilty of bank robbery, right? So here in the case, it looks like somebody was either intentionally or recklessly shot in the back of the head by some of the acts that you were involved with or planning with. So I'm finding that there is probable cause for the offense of murder. So the fact that you have prior weapons offenses makes me consider you very dangerous to yourself and the community. And the seriousness of the offense, being a felony, and the fact that I'm afraid that you're going to abscond, I'm going to detain you. Right, Mr. Gwynn, I'm going to let you know that you, since you are 18 years old, I'm not going to keep you here at our facility because it is an incredible burden to our detention staff. So I'll have you housed in the Tarrant County Jail, right, because of your age. So your case will still be in this court unless the district attorney asks me to waive my jurisdiction and certify you as an adult. But for now, you are still in the juvenile court legally for your case. Okay? You have a question, sir? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got a couple questions.
Okay.
Since I'm going to Tarrant County, I won't have a bond because I'll be still placed on the juvenile hold, right?
That is correct. Because it's a juvenile case, you're not entitled to bond. Unless the DA asks me to give up my jurisdiction and certify you as an adult. At that point, if I do give up my jurisdiction, I will set a bond for you because it'll be an adult case.
How would that work? I gotta get how would that
Well, that's up to the district attorney's office. They'll decide whether or not to file the paperwork for me to set a hearing to decide if I think I should keep my jurisdiction over you or if I should give up my jurisdiction and transfer your case to an adult criminal court. And I do need to let you know that if I keep the jurisdiction, because this is a first degree felony, you could do up to 40 years in TJJD, and there will be a transfer of your case to TDC to finish a sentence, or you could get probation, but your probation could be transferred at your 19th birthday to the adult court to finish your probation if it lasts longer than a year, or I could give up my jurisdiction. If you're certified as an adult, then you are potentially looking up to life with parole for this offense, which would mean 55 years. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying that's the worst case scenario. The best, the lowest limit juvenile case, it's 0 years. It could be 1 day, or in the adult system, the minimum punishment on this would be 5 years if I give up my jurisdiction. Okay. Do you have any other questions for me? All right. Thank you very much, Tydra.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Dai Juan.
No, go ahead and get off, Judge. Raymond's here, so thank
Have a good day, Mr. Hall.
You too.
All right, Dai Juan, 60 years old. I'm sorry, am I saying your name wrong?
Dejan.
Dejan, okay, Dejan. So you were here back in June for evading arrest. I guess was he ever taken into the facility, Ms. Alonso, or did we
No,
just?
it was an out of custody referral.
Okay. All right, so you've never been here at our facility before. Yesterday, about 11 o'clock, North Hills PD was dispatched to domestic. Got there, talked to your sister, said that she and you got into an argument about you using her clothes. So you went to her room and locked her out. Victim went outside, came in through a window, continued to argue, and Day one was about to assault sister, so she used a stun gun on you. Then evidently you grabbed her in a headlock and prevented her from breathing for about 7 seconds. She was able to get away, ran to the bathroom. She said you followed her to the bathroom, threw her into the tub, and turned the hot water on. She was able to get out of the bathroom to call the police, and you took off. Victim says she was in pain from the assault. They saw scratch marks on her neck. About 1 o'clock, you returned home. Police were notified. They went, arrested you, and brought you here. This now back in June, this 1 month ago, Hearst PD sent a case to us saying that about 10:40 in the morning, they saw a traffic accident. 3 black males exited, told the males to wait on the curb line, then went to the other vehicle, turned back and saw all 3 black males walking away from the scene. Dispatch told the police officer the car that they were in was stolen. 3 started to run away from the officer's vehicle, made contact with 1, identified as Day one. Drew his pistol, ordered you to stop, taken into custody. The car was stolen out of Texarkana, and you were released to your mom. And you're refusing a drug test.
Judge Kim, he did provide a UAI and he tested positive for marijuana.
Okay, so you have a pending case for running from the police while you're caught in a stolen car, smoking weed, and then now arrested for assault, family violence by impeding breath or circulation. We don't have a parent here, Ms. Alonso?
No, mother's currently in Dubai.
In Dubai, okay.
Yes.
All right, well, Day one, I'm gonna let you know that I'm concerned. I'm not gonna release you back to the same home that your sister's in. I think that's, for whatever reason, toxic situation, or at least it was yesterday. So I'm gonna detain you for now. We'll review this in 10 days at the next hearing, decide whether to continue to keep you or if there's a way to release you into the community without anybody being in danger, okay? All right, thank you, Day one.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, that is
I think that's
conclusion of today's detention hearing. Thank you, everyone. Hopefully we'll get the Zoom thing down again. So, all right, everyone have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Judge Kimmy Kim. I appreciate you doing that ending for me because it's true. I will see you tomorrow, my friends. I'm so tiny. Anyways, with that, my friends, I hope you all have a wonderful evening. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all of your thoughts and your comments and your fun. And please remember that I love you just the way you are, and I'm proud of you. And I will talk to you tomorrow. Okay, bye. Larry Beaver says like the video.